Good morning, everybody. Even got a clean windshield this morning. Hey, how's everybody doing? Why don't you have that started?
Because we haven't got on the highway yet.
It's okay, just go ahead and start.
We're almost there.
Why is yours all messed up? We are going to Topeka, Kansas, to the Capitol in Topeka, Kansas today. They're having a little freedom rally, so we're going over there to support them. Hey, Mobo. Hey, Sylvia.
Do you know if Mobo has a CD?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Better.
Yeah. Good day from Illinois. Hello.
Hey, Mobo.
Mobo, do you have a CB?
To your left is a nice strip club if you ever get your chance to come up there.
That's good information. Us and YouTube knows now.
What is it? I didn't even hear what he said.
There was a gentleman's club back there, I guess.
Oh.
It's awesome. Oh, we're on our way to Topeka,
I mean,
Kansas.
just in case, Jesse, if you need to make a little extra money.
I'd have to buy a new bag to carry all the cash in. Hey, you all. What? I know for sure there's three vehicles from Missouri that are going to the Kansas rally. I'm not sure how many people are going to be there. Yeah, that's okay that you missed last weekend. It was a lot of fun. You did miss out. Last weekend, for anybody who doesn't know, was our Missouri rally. We had a big patriotic barbecue. It was a lot of fun. And then this weekend, we're going to Topeka, Kansas for the Kansas rally. From Southern Illinois, it'd be several hours out here to Kansas. Be about a half a day. Yeah, I'm not sure if Illinois has a page or not. You can get on Facebook and go to People's Movement Illinois and see if there's a page. I'm not sure if Illinois has a page or not. I would think that they probably do, but I'm not sure.
Checking with Bob in Indiana as well.
Myra. Oh, they are, but not real active. Oh, okay.
Maybe we need to go to Illinois and get them active.
Yeah, we might have to go to Illinois to one of your guys' rallies and bring some awareness and kind of help y'all kick it off. I'm not sure when. I guess I'll have to find your guys' page and see what y'all got going on.
I'm gonna turn it. Then he wants you to take the lead.
Yeah.
There's a cold man.
Darn tolls. Here you go. Don't lose that. Gotta pay the darn toll tax. Probably be like $2.
Probably.
K-tag, yep. Pay the unconstitutional toll. It's supposed to be the land of the free, and we're paying a toll tax to China. Hello, hello. Hey, DL.
Hey.
Good morning, DL. We're on our way to Topeka, Kansas for a freedom rally.
He doesn't know where we're going.
Mobo should be somewhere. Yeah, I've been watching them. Them guys have been having a tough time. Hey, thank you for the subscribing, Joni. Yeah, them guys out there have been having a super tough time. Good morning, Rob.
take the lead whenever you want, Jesse.
10-4 driver. I've been wanting to go out there, but it's pretty tough financially right now
We were already out there once.
to get back out there. I've been trying to save up some money so I could get back out there to help them, because I really want to go back out there. And it's tough right now. We are headed to Topeka, Kansas for a freedom rally at the Capitol. If I could find me a sponsor, that's what I need. I need a freedom sponsor to sponsor me to go out there.
In 16 miles, take exit 183 to merge onto I-70 west toward US 40.
Missouri flags on the flag right now.
No.
Trying to do the range.
Holy cow.
Man,
That's weird for it to do that.
Mobile should be coming in on this exit, if it's not already on.
10-4. Yeah, that's pretty hot. Normally they don't ever get up that high. Like 1900, 1800 degrees normally. Sometimes a little bit higher, but if I remember right.
I have to watch on the other side to
I don't see him. Mobo, where are you at? I think he's up in front of us.
It's on lane 3 now. Lane 3.
Yeah, I was trying to get up where I could see. I'm not sure where he's at.
We'll either catch him or he'll catch us.
10-4. We are going to Topeka, Kansas today for a freedom rally. Going
He's
over.
watching your stream, so he knows, well, he shouldn't be watching while driving, but they should know where you're at least.
See, we're at the 195 yardstick. Miss Mobo, where are you all at? There's 3 vehicles with me. We have 3 together, and I'm not sure how many people will be there in Kansas. Looks like it. Looks like he's parked up here. Maybe.
Yeah, it is. He don't have his flag on.
I thought that was him up there.
Sure that's them?
Yes.
I figured he had that, little flagpoles he's got for his truck all decked out.
Yeah, I don't know where his back flag is.
How many has his work on?
Yeah.
Guess he's leading the show now.
10-4. Getting all kinds of waves up here.
Looks really good painted. We're gonna have to paint yours.
Yeah. Maybe they just want me to get back in front of them. Morning, Sally.
Ask her if the kids are being good.
Are the kids being good?
He just wanted to get his rear end on your live stream.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, drinking chocolate milk, watching Hotel Transylvania.
Uh-huh.
The youngest was up till midnight. Jersey was up till midnight. Like, your youngest or our youngest?
Thank you, DL.
Deaton was up till midnight.
Ah.
You should have just punched him.
Not too early in the morning.
I think it was because of the TV. I finally told him he had to go to sleep. And he said, okay, then. Yeah, we don't let him watch TV, otherwise he will stay up all night.
won't be too late today.
No, we'll be fashionably late.
Making an entrance.
6 minutes after 9.
That's fashionable, ain't it?
I would think so, yeah. Hey, big semis over there. If y'all want to come out and hang out and protest for freedom, come on up to the Topeka Capitol. Thank you, thank you. She said, keep up all the good work.
I guess I should have told you that he will watch TV all night if you let him.
There's that DOT truck.
You know?
How do we always wind up following him?
Well, it's probably on the same one.
No, that's the same one.
He's probably tired of seeing us too.
Hey, DOT truck. Good to see you again, buddy.
Take exit 183 to merge onto I-70 West towards US 40.
We followed that truck so much, like,
We even seen it in Tennessee, didn't we?
yeah, we seen it on the way to Colorado on our last trip. And then we seen it on the way back from DC on the last trip. And then we seen it last night. And then now we've seen it today. We've seen that truck so much. All across the United States. Lane 3, convoy, lane 3. I think we get off here. 40 West, yep. Yep.
Use the right two lanes to take exit 183 to merge onto I-70 West towards US 40.
Yeah, cash.
A little bit. They need to make a convoy lane in these things.
Didn't anybody warn him we were coming through?
Use the left two lanes to keep left.
Oh, shit. Oh, no, that won't work.
In 4.8 miles, take exit 362B toward 8th Avenue. In 4.6 miles, take exit 362B toward 8th Avenue.
Okay, let's see what this is going to cost. Good morning. How much is the toll tax today?
You have a ticket? No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's $1.75.
Here you go. Thank you, sir.
Have a good day.
You too.
Another corner for the car wash.
Yeah. Tell him you like his eyes. Tell him he's big and handsome.
What'd you say?
I told you to tell him you like his eyes.
Okay, Melbo's behind us.
How was party?
Okay, we're 7 minutes out.
I still think that ball's within the fashionable range.
Yes, yes. Man, this is such a friendly state. Everybody's waving. Waving all their fingers, not just one.
This is exit only. Oh, that is exit only. Never mind. I didn't see that lane. Oh, we're in Topeka.
Welcome to Topeka, y'all. Still waking up.
They used to have a pretty decent zoo in Topeka. I don't know if they still do though.
I remember hearing about it when I was a kid, but I never went to it.
Pretty decent. Pretty decent.
Yeah, a zoo?
No.
About every year during elementary school, we go up there.
My uncle used to have a house downtown, sort of, and the women's prison would come out there and pull all the bricks up out of the road and then clean them and put them back.
Nice. Is that where you met your first wife?
I've only been married once.
He saved the best for last.
Hey, Ellen. Hey, if you're here in Kansas, come up to Topeka, Kansas today. We're having a big freedom rally.
There it is.
There it is. There's the Capitol. Here in Topeka, Kansas at the Capitol today. We're having a big freedom rally.
Stay in the second lane from right.
What do we do?
Second lane. Lane 2.
Lane 2, convoy.
362B is what you want.
We're gonna take 8.
Use the right lane to take exit 362B toward 8th Avenue. Then turn left onto Southeast 8th Avenue. At the light, use the left 2 lanes to turn onto Southeast 8th Avenue.
Left turn up here, convoy. Left turn at the stoplight.
Turn left.
It's so funny you're telling our one person that says CB to turn left. He's right behind us.
In half a mile, take a sharp left turn.
Supposed to be on the south side of the Capitol.
10-4.
He's a Monopoly guy.
Look, everybody, it's the Monopoly guy over there. Green. Look at that, the light was listening today.
Red light.
Green light.
Guess we'll drive around till we see people.
Yeah.
Take a sharp left turn. Then the destination is on your right.
I guess we'll have to turn up here.
Oh, it's a pretty Capitol there.
Turn left. Turn right onto Southwest 9th Street. Then turn right onto Southwest Topeka Boulevard.
Oh, there they are.
Where's they all parked at, I wonder?
Probably right here. Pavement.
Oh, there's some. Looks like they're just kind of parked all around. The people there may not know what horn signals are. That's true. Okay, we'll grab our camera equipment. Having a freedom rally. Yeah. For America, American freedom. Just good patriots. You have to pull in and come check us all out. What's up, Mobo?
Sure, my brother. I wanted to return the flag. I didn't want to shred it, dude. It being out in the wind like that.
Yeah.
It would have shredded a flag. I
Oh.
So because I painted mine.
Yeah.
I painted mine like yesterday.
I made me a new pole last night. Or yesterday evening.
Oh, did you?
Before we left, yeah.
So yeah, so I didn't put a flag on it, like say.
You don't need a flag?
Oh, I know.
Okay.
No problem. So I didn't want to shred your flag.
Right.
I got flags. Morning, Carol. How was my Patriot sister? Good. Awake.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta get that battery thing. Oh. Okay, let's see. We need. Okay, get everybody out of the car. I know y'all don't like it when I leave you in the car.
I got change. So don't download now.
Does that take the same app as ours?
Hey, I got change in my truck, all over my truck.
Okay, I think I got everything I
Do
need
you
out
have
of
4 quarters?
Yeah.
It takes quarters too.
I got 3. I just got 3. You got quarters?
Yeah, we got a bunch of dimes and nickels and all that. I think Jason went up to ask if we got to pay for parking.
What?
Jason went up to see if we got to pay for parking on Saturday.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you have to pay on Saturday or not.
But I don't see anything that says. I can't really see it. Oh, okay, Monday through Friday. So we don't have to pay. Free. Yeah. It says Monday through Friday. I don't think we got to pay on Saturday.
Norma said you didn't used to have to pay on Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't. It says it right here, Monday
Don't
through
pay it
Friday.
on Saturday. Works for me. I won't argue.
But then we have to pay.
Here, you hold my phone. I gotta fix this stand.
Mm-hmm.
We're good. Just walk on down there. And we'll put your chair. You can walk in the grass. Get your feet wet.
Hey guys.
Freedom!
No, you don't have to feed the meter.
Yeah, I see it's on the front. It said Monday through Friday.
You have to get a look.
There we go. Okay.
Well, we just sent Haley in to get her stuff. I said, no, you didn't take anything else.
Hey, Sherry.
All right. You want a chair? I got 2. Okay.
Show you all the rig this morning. Got it all decked out, some nice riding.
Oh.
Stand together. No farmers, no food. Got our flags up this morning. And we got that great Missouri flag.
My horn is so miserable.
This is a very beautiful capital. Thank you, U-Haul.
It looks like a.
This is pretty.
This is one of my new favorite capitals. I like it.
It's pretty. I don't think I haven't been down here since I was a little kid. We're talking 30 years, 35 years.
Yeah, I like it.
To go walk around and check out all the little things.
Mm-hmm.
See that? Got the guy shooting the arrow. I don't know if that's Apollo or if that's a Native American.
I don't know. Thank you, Sherry.
I don't know how important you guys really are,
Who's the head of?
All right. All right.
Who's the head of Kansas?
I have no idea. I haven't noticed anybody asking.
How we doing?
Good. How about you?
Good, good. Oh, fire truck over there.
I'm gonna go back and get that other chair.
Oh, okay.
He made a nice lobster. We made a few, there are a few Missourians with us.
How y'all doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
Good, good, good.
Good.
Yes, God is good.
Loving that flag.
I try to love it as much as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I like it.
Just
It's on
not
a
too
solid.
much.
It's got a solid beam.
Yeah.
This
It
Yeah.
could go
PG,
too. It
PG,
could go
brother.
too far.
It's survived a lot of the things we've done with these things because, like I used to ride with it in the back of the truck, and it was like one of the only ones that didn't bend and start doing crazy stuff.
Right.
Are you getting a good shot?
Oh yeah.
I'm Eddie Ehart.
I'm Jesse.
Jesse, nice to meet you.
Or J_N on YouTube.
Okay.
Yep.
J_N. All right.
Bobo.
Bobo, nice to meet you
No,
guys.
Mo.
Mo.
Missouri. Bo.
Mobo.
Mobo.
Heck yeah.
And that's Mrs. Mobo over there sitting.
Hi, Mrs. Mobo. You guys come over from Missouri?
Yeah. Come out from Missouri to support you all.
Heck yeah. Awesome. Rebecca
Yes.
is our amazing. I don't know if she told you, we have 43 groups in 43 states. Rebecca is the Missouri State lead,
Right.
as well as the 417 Freedom Flag Flyers.
Mm-hmm.
They're together, and then we're just trying to get more people here together.
Right.
I'm the Kansas State lead. And
Oh, yes. We
our
heard
page is
about
up to
you.
like 232 people. Yeah. She mentioned this rally last Sunday for you guys to come over and hand out flyers and stuff for us, and that's awesome. I'm glad you guys showed up. We're all true patriots. That's why
Oh,
we're
that's what
here to
it's all
save our
about, brother.
country, and we got to start at the state level. In
Yeah.
every state. You guys may not know the people that are going to talk today, but they're the best of the best that we want in their office
Right.
come November voting.
Mm-hmm.
We got a few bills we need to vote on August 2nd to change our amendment on abortion. Because our state Supreme Court made a ruling that abortion was legal in 2019, even later. Well, a ruling in the court has nothing to do with law.
Right.
So value them both will actually make an amendment to the Constitution of the state of Kansas so those laws cannot be taken away. There's a couple stipulations in there. They're trying to get rid of late-term abortion. What's it called? Voluntary late-term? Medical is okay.
Right.
But voluntary, so people don't come from Missouri and Oklahoma and everywhere else to have abortions here.
Yeah, they don't want it. They don't.
So they have the
want
medical part in
commercialized.
there though. So if there's a medical complication, it's
Exactly.
okay.
And my cousin right down the street is a heart specialist. And she's afraid of value them both. I said, no, it's an amendment to our Constitution to keep, because we've already lost 2 laws
Right.
because people are coming in and fighting the Kansas Supreme Court and the federal Supreme Court, and the federal Supreme Court is overriding those rules and taking rights away already.
Right.
Yep,
We're here to keep our rights.
that's right.
I know
And
it's
get
such
people
a-
in office that has common sense to help keep our rights. Because they're trying to pass bills and rules and laws right now to take our Second Amendment rights in Kansas. And there's way too many gun owners and way too many hunters here. And a lot of people come to Kansas just for whitetail
Right.
or pheasant. Or
See,
there's a
I
lot
always
of
heard
stuff.
you guys have baby deer in Kansas.
We got a lot of baby deer. There's like 5. I live in a little town.
But they
here.
got great big racks on them, dude.
Hey, my wife's seen an 8-pointer.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's all about the racks, I guess.
That's right.
Trophy. We got a lot of trophies.
A lot of
here.
trophies.
Trophy bugs.
A
Heck
lot
yeah.
of trophies out here.
Nice to meet you guys.
A lot of the
And
Missouri state records, my neighbor holds those right across the fence from me.
What, 13, 16?
No, he's big stuff. Big old whitetails.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he holds like,
Morning.
I think he's held the records for Missouri since like 07 or something like that.
Nobody's been able to find a bigger bug.
No,
That's
no.
awesome.
But he runs a hunting show, and you know,
He knows where all the good ones
they
are.
they do a lot of
Heck
food
yeah.
plots and deer management stuff, and
I don't know if you got a microphone. I don't know how well you'll be able to hear the speakers.
usually my mic picks up fairly good for the most
He
part.
tries to move.
Or I'll get
Those
close.
speakers are pretty loud. April 30th rally, we had them clear on that top, that middle landing,
Yes.
and you can hear it up the road, or most of the way to the road.
Right.
So you should, from here, you should be able to pick it up.
Okay.
What matters?
And we're live on YouTube.
Awesome.
I didn't know if you guys
I figured
had
it was,
any
so I
lives.
kept talking. And then, well, I was asking for live streamers
He's
because
actually covered some of the 1776 restoration.
Yeah, I just got back from DC.
you have. Awesome.
Yep. I've been to DC to Hager. I spent a little over a month in Hagerstown back in February.
Okay.
We just convoyed a couple weekends ago. We convoyed from, about a month ago from, I went up to Colorado and met up with X-Ray. We convoyed all the way to DC. And
He said there was other live streamers with him, but I don't remember him dropping it.
Oh, he has.
some of it was,
I
yeah.
mean, I didn't watch all of it. but-
Right. Yeah, we had a whole video. It was just me working on this truck up there. We done a little skit. I was like pretending like I was getting in his truck, and he was like, "Who's that? Who's that? My truck? Who's that? My truck?" I was like, "We're gonna go over and get him." And
I didn't try to
it's pretty good.
Let me have your live stream.
J_Lynn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought, I didn't. I thought about sending to Mrs.
Yeah, it's all
Green.
about unity.
have
Most of
her
my
number.
channel is, you know, we got to unite America back together. You know, we got to get everybody united. You know,
We have.
back to how it used to be. You know, the block parties and the barbecues, and you know, if you needed a stick of butter or a cup of sugar, you know, you just went over to your neighbors. You know,
Exactly. And see,
the barter system. You know.
I'm a little town of 1,500 people.
Okay.
My neighbor next door that borrows a big cool
Yeah, I get
and
that.
gave me 2 beers.
So it's like
Right.
that.
Yeah. Yep. Well, it's like so many people, you know, like they live in town, they pay, you know, thousands of dollars to have a tree cut, for
Yeah,
instance,
they never
you know.
do.
Who knows, their neighbor might be a professional tree guy,
Yeah.
you know, and if they were friends with them, then, you know, they could work out some barter stuff and save themselves out, or their neighbor might be a mechanic that will change their oil.
But I'll take it though and
or,
read
you know,
it.
stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You want one?
I'll share hers. It's my wife.
I like how you. Did you hear what he said? I'll share. I don't like live stream.
Oh,
I
sorry.
don't like live stream. You want one, little way?
I'm good. I got one in my pocket.
I think that was one of the best.
Good morning, Bruce. Did you see where MU beat KU the other day?
No, I did not.
I'm just playing.
My wife's a K-State.
I don't ever have time to watch that
She wants me to
stuff.
paint my front door purple. I said no. I said I'll do a purple one. So I'm not painting the whole front door.
Yeah, I brought you guys some too.
That's always the biggest controversy.
I
You
heard
know,
that your
it's
guys
the
did
MU
very
KU
well.
stuff. You know, sports.
Missouri and Kansas. Yeah, it's always been and it's always great between KU and K-State. K-State beat them up last year pretty good.
I was kind of an Oklahoma fan there for a while on the basketball.
Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, because we had
Well, it feels
put
nice
fence
out
around
today.
our corner.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Because last year I planted something that was so beautiful. Go up there one morning and it's all gone. And then when we
Good morning,
got back
Jackie.
Sunday, I didn't go up Sunday to the garden, but Monday I went up at the deer.
I like your guys' capital
Three
here.
of mine. I got 3
Spacious
different
and-
planters.
My buddy worked for the contractor who just replaced all that copper roof.
Because it was loaded.
Oh, okay. Oh, so all the roof is copper on it. I got you.
And then, of course, it's tarnished.
Yeah.
When they first put it on, it was too bright to look at. Polished copper.
Oh man, they devoured it. I was so mad. At least on my other side of the garden, I have more. Oh, I thought, she never jeans. I thought, well, these are so thin. They'll be cool, and I can, fold the pant legs up, pull them up or something. But yeah, check out a shirt. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was good.
I know that there's so many rhinos right now.
She just seems so
It's
sad.
like for the seat
I told
or
her,
the
well, I did, they're at the thing. I can tell.
for like the senator, you know, in my area. Awesome. You can jump over to YouTube and you
So I'm
can
gonna try
share
and
it
get her out
to
to
your guys'
go
Facebook.
fishing.
Okay, well, this is on my movie page, and I'll do it next.
There's like 20 senators running for my area that I live in. Yeah, my district. There's like 20 something senators running this year. It's crazy.
It's a 5-hour drive to my mom's.
Yep.
No, I don't either.
And luckily it was only 8.
The only thing we had back in the day trouble was wages. We just needed stuff
Last time I
before Joe, before all this. Like when I was a teenager.
I'm not sure I'm the first speaker will.
See, I wish that was whole family together. I would like to even vote for my
I was trying to get some of the guys from the park show to come up here.
and I literally, it's like, I can see it. It's like watching himself talk to the cameraman. Because what he'll do is he'll take something that somebody else did, like when Trump was on the wall. Now they're not saying they're building the wall. They're just
yeah, or you can copy the link and then go over your
carrying
views
some
and post
damages
it.
done by the last
Maybe
administration.
group would be easy.
They're adding walls. Same thing with the ship. They won't claim the stuff we do, the damage done by the shots and all that. But they'll say, well, we're going to do this to kind of make it out a little bit. They didn't do that before. I mean, there were things that they didn't even let pass, but that would, I mean, they're hypocrites. They would say one thing, but then they would be the ones stopping it from going through.
Their narrative changed.
Oh yeah, definition of the vax and everything, but they changed definitions when she doesn't work for them.
Where people start to
Oh yeah, for sure. The only reason mine's high is it's got that engine that cuts the
so
four
well,
cylinders.
we got a chance to do it here in November.
Not a lot of gas.
We got to stay on.
Helps. Got a little thing that tells me, I guess, watch it. So I can
There's quite a few people that like to be here. Yeah. Some medical, some financial, some other obligations. Right. The guy that got the permit, he said to pay for 3
They're trying to come up with
Well, he's on call. He's got to stay by his holding that. Because they live 2 hours. Yeah.
I saw that they got chemically attacked.
Yeah, we had quite a few to our last rally that couldn't make it. You know, they're selling cows or medical or whatever needs to be. Yeah. Tragedy in the family. You know. I know they're having a big car show down in Savannah today. Yeah, I was trying to get some people to come up here.
So we got quite a few speakers here today. One's going to touch on value them both. And then at 4 o'clock, we're having a value them both only. Like an hour away.
Well, if they're having that at the car show, they're having a car show there this morning. Because I know I have 2 or 3 of my family members that are at it.
Because I'm on it all the time.
Over that direction. Let me ask what town.
Yeah. Thank you, Jackie.
I think
Mama said, getting old ain't gold.
It's not, and here's the thing, like, I didn't realize the reason they're so involved in it.
Quite a few people here.
I think they do.
Kind of crap, you know? It's because by the time that they get to a certain point looking at this stuff, they're thinking about what they're going to do to protect their children. They're thinking they got to put up a fight, or somebody needs to put up a fight, so they're constantly watching current events. And it's an instinct. We want to protect our young. At the time when I was young, I was like, this is taking your life away. You're drinking something. It's true, we do. We drain ourselves by it. But without any idea what's going on, we can't protect our young. So, in a sense, that's we're just fighting this thing. But we do have to be aware. We have to.
Yeah, it's a pretty good crowd. I wasn't sure how many people would be here. I don't follow the Kansas group, you know, a lot. I follow them a little bit, but not a lot. So I wasn't sure how many people would be here today.
I'd never make it. If I had better knees, I was younger. I got a picture
Above all, what their long game
And that was a good,
with
you
the
took some good
nations are
pictures.
and what they're doing in each nation. See, they're all doing the same game plan. Yeah. And it goes back into where they did their countries.
Stay out there. Really, I think they need to come back.
The country borders, city borders, county borders, and it's all set up in these little grids. And yeah, if we didn't have borders, this is how I am. We didn't have borders.
You know, Missouri has a lot going for it.
You might as well just call it away.
Right now, people are just going in and then
If
they
you
don't
have
even
just one map with no regulation.
Yeah, I know.
we could
Say,
go home,
you
reorganize.
can fight all the time. They're fighting over, well, that's not our law around this side, or it would be tribal like or something.
Hey, good morning, Black Wolf.
I think so, because right now
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
talked
well,
to
they're down there, so, you know,
Yeah,
I'll get down there when I get down there.
The girl that was with
But if we get a,
the flag.
or if we get a date, like, hey, we're going down, you know, we're gonna start the convoy back again.
Yeah, they
across the
both
country, go down there and pick up people. We can pick up a bunch more people that are ready to go. But right now, people are trickling in. If they're gonna go.
Now, Jason was
Right. No, I don't
okay. That he came here.
Okay, that's
Okay. Oh, really?
I can't believe what they. I have no idea what they said.
I didn't say I support it. I just think we need to do something different. Like, they got like 30 people down
Right.
there. And like I said, they're going to trickle in.
Oh, that's good.
yeah. See, that would make sense. I always
So we
said the
can
same
organize it for
thing.
like
Did
one
you see
time
that
to go
Ben
down.
Stiller and what's his
Reorganize.
name?
Essentially
Frenchie
The people that
guy
were
who got
there,
handed
I
out
don't
to go or whatever. They were doing.
about
Instead
anything.
of staying on the bike.
They're all ugly. Wanted to come over and make a movie in Ukraine, even though there's supposed to be a giant war going on. I actually saw a video. I don't know if I put it on my phone,
Right,
but I saw where they pushed over these inflatable
But then
tanks.
again,
The guy
you gotta
walked up
think,
and pushed
I mean,
the tank over with
what's-
the truck.
Yeah,
What are we going to get done?
And I'm going, so fucking assholes are getting us riled up. I can't hear. They want us riled up.
You can't
They can
talk
pull
about
off.
that.
And this is the worst part. They're
Get
sitting
off.
on
Yeah,
the
look at your
down
time
here, basically, as far as
Morning, Tamara.
they're just shipping all kinds of crap over to these people because they want to finance a war because they're making shitloads of money.
I'm on the back of the war, you know. I just gotta get away from war.
Yeah.
And it's always, well, I'm ready.
Did they pass?
I said, no, man.
I just think we can do that. We can make it
I'm not
a
either.
more of
I'm
a
not either.
presence. Like, hey, we left a couple months, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, we're
was he
going
chewing
back.
that one dude out?
Oh,
And then
Everybody's like,
chewing
oh,
somebody
we're
out,
ready.
and
We're
they
rocking and
wouldn't
rolling.
answer the
Get the
HIPAA boy.
momentum
They're
back.
gone into their
Right, for years. Yeah, it's probably been 30 years.
law-abiding citizens, weapons.
Because I know we voted once.
I would be saying, I'm done. I can't afford to drive.
Nobody really talks about it, you know, really well. So, you know, we're one of the causes. But ever since, you know,
Oh yeah, and the people.
our 20
And the airstrip. Who's using that airstrip? And what's at the end of that airstrip?
The largest bases.
The largest lithium deposit.
Oh wait. Okay, lithium. But don't we? I've noticed that China is trying to build little camping type things or doing something like that, or buying property here in some of our main bases that have chemical operations, biolab operations.
Hey, you're welcome, Tamara. That's what we're here for, the real news.
He tried to send a woman over
Absolutely.
there to fucking deal with his shit. Yeah.
He tells Joe, if you intervene in Taiwan, you will face fire. That's what she told her. Yeah. It's wrong.
Which honestly, that's about.
but this is teaching you
It's
to
gonna happen anyway. But
Ronnie, you just have to try.
they don't realize these people that are coming across over don't realize this place is bound to be a fucking war zone, and they're coming into it thinking it's gonna be an Eastern basketball game. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm thinking. They're gonna be the UN. They're going around with this.
Howdy.
His name is because they need to make up the number difference between the civilians and the opposites, which is the military that'll be against us, some of the military will be against us. Police will be against us. So we've got all those, but we've got to take them down for above. So here's a problem. They go and they take up floors and they pick off one of them at the same time with the floors. Start trickling down. It's going to take a long time.
So if I go with the farmer's market day out of potatoes, I'm going to say, your sister held me up, that's why I
They
didn't
get
get
a
over
bad
there.
taste in their mouth if they lose it.
No, I've been knowing her a long time. We volunteered at that. There's a whole lot
We're going to have them stupid counselors dressed as military here coming to our doors about the vaccine crap. That's where you start keeping them on.
Uh-oh, I'm
How you
blocking
doing?
his.
Oh, no, you're fine. Good morning from Southeast Michigan. How you doing? We're in Central Kansas today.
Because, see, they tend to say it, but they make other things their gods.
Those must be left over.
Hopefully they ain't half block.
I don't
There's a
think
tree
they're
right there. There's all kinds of trees.
I don't know. They're not feeling like get up and do anything. That's being
It's a good day to be a free.
Oh, I know.
Well, it's a very
July
safe to be a
4th.
slave. I mean, they've already got us in a slave system. It's partially based on the old financial things of trade and things, which is somewhat tangible. But the slave system itself is based on getting you used to doing your staying in your box, inside your stuff, corral, reach out, just do it.
Always quoted Eleanor Roosevelt. And Eleanor
I've been that way
Roosevelt
too.
said,
And I think that
yesterday
Oh,
is
yeah, little
I think
bitty
some of
dog.
the people that don't
Tomorrow
do
is a
because
mystery.
they're not handling
Today
it
is the
well,
present.
and they
That's
can't
why it's called
comprehend
a gift.
why certain things are
Thanks,
That's
Black
what
Wolf.
Almighty gives us.
Yeah, we was glad to make it up here today.
And they're like, how do I gotta
As long as we believe,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I don't know what all these
presented for us, the Almighty will give us the strength and wisdom
I'm not interested.
to take care
It's
of
sad that you
whatever
can't
that might be.
No, but you can't mention
And
the word
that's
fact.
what
I don't blame her.
You can't say white.
in the Almighty. That's all we can do. And vote. You know, we got a big vote coming up here next week. So hopefully you're registered. Yeah, so that's what we're sure going to be doing in Missouri. We're from Missouri. That's a little
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was with David.
Oh, were you?
I parked next to him on in Indiana, and all of a sudden, right with Pittsburgh tent side by side, you just get to know your neighbor. It's like, I'm your neighbor.
See, I didn't meet him till the last day. I was on my way leaving, and I went around and was telling people goodbye. And that's why, and he just lives right down the road from me.
So when did you join in?
February 28th.
Thanks everybody for tuning in. We're running late only because WIBW local news showed up and doing interviews. We've been over there 20 minutes talking to them. They're right behind the tree. You can't see them, but
I would have went over there and live streamed it. I like to fact check them.
oh.
Well, there's so many reasons why the devil is.
There's good media out there, but then there's some media. that-
WIBW was here April 30th. They only showed up like the last 20 minutes. They did an interview when he was over with me, and they wrote it perfect.
Did they?
Yeah.
Good,
No
good.
problem. Because Topeka is
I'm just now recovering from my Patriotic stroke.
Washburn University is one of the biggest law schools in Kansas.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of people know they say they're and they do give us good credit.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not scared of talking.
I fact
If I didn't like
checked
it-
one in DC, and like the whole time I was streaming, I told her, I said, watch her. Remember every word they say, and then tonight I challenge you to go on there and watch their deal. And like right after they aired their thing, I had so many people get in the chat being like, oh my gosh. They cut stuff, they twisted it, That was the DC news.
He said I can understand why he's done it.
Well, he's on target. Those people out there are on target. And if you're on target.
Okay, Jackie. Yeah, I'll fix that later, okay? For sure.
We love X-Ray. He's a great patriot.
He is definitely he's a very motivated spirit.
But yeah, I had a patriot stroke last weekend. I sure did. It's his fault too. Dang you, Jesse. Dang you, J_N and X-Ray. You gave me a patriot stroke last weekend. I'm just now recovering.
So were you in on the second march? I didn't know you until Jason recommended me, and then ultimately I subbed to you, and then I caught you being the rest.
Yeah,
so that's how ultimately I ended up finding it.
Surprise.
Yeah, I joined the convoy back in February 28th. But I wasn't
watching
watching.
Yeah, but I mean, you weren't the first.
Yeah, I stayed until they went to California.
Just catch that. What
And you went back.
just said.
Just about a month ago.
So about X-Ray. I said,
during the
is
move,
that
not the
fella,
BBC
They pulled up to
No, it was during
I'm
the...
going back to what he
Me and
said,
X,
so
I met
round
X
back
out
and
Colorado.
was like, that is
We convoyed all the way across to DC. So we were there like the morning that we went into DC with Santa. And during all that.
That's why.
Yeah, I try to get pretty good footage of everything, to show people what's going on. That's the only reason I even live stream is, just to show other people, what's going on, because the news doesn't report it,
We're driving along.
Not going to.
It's
like the news is coming in here. They'll put a little bit of
So I watched.
right. That's exactly
Hey, something better than nothing.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, our local news actually does
Okay, Jackie, yes, for sure.
So I give them credit. The issue is it's all lopsided.
But yeah, well, when I was looking at
one
of his,
like they said, well, the other side said it's lopsided in ours.
I never heard
I know, I was thinking I
Well, I can tell you this, like I said,
But we thought maybe.
I talked to my mom yesterday, and she was like telling me like why I was at the convoy the first time. She would actually watch the public news, and then since she was watching like the live streams of Sasnak and everybody, that's what it was like. It was totally different. They were saying exactly the opposite of what she was seeing. So it woke her up. Like, hey, maybe I need to question.
That was a big thing. Yeah. That was a big thing. Is everybody that was there, they knew what they knew what was going on, and they watched the news. Something totally different. Like one day they sent. It was
good idea. Good Patriots looking out.
Hot Wheels, and some other people went down with a couple pallets of donated food, like prepackaged stuff, good stuff like trail mix and different granola bars and stuff. They took it down to the homeless.
Because he said,
As soon as they got down there, DC Metro showed up and said, "Do you have a permit to hand out food to the homeless?" And they're like, "Well, no, we don't have a permit, so pack it up and leave." That's now. We'll let them hand out food to the homeless.
Heaven forbid we try to take care of somebody.
So you were there, obviously. He said you remember Defender Lance, and you were part of the original deal. You were? And then how he left all in a maniac kind of ran.
He's back young right now on it.
And he's been there along with a bunch of others now terrorizing them guys.
Yeah, some of the videos he's put out, I don't understand how he hasn't been arrested. Making threats on videos, now everything else.
It'll warm up here for a long time.
It's only us that's going to get arrested.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, so again, Kris pepper sprayed them. And some of them, she's the one that got arrested. They stayed this. So and then they go there to start trouble, and then he's arrested.
Well, yeah.
That's how they work.
Smart thinking people.
Yeah, well, it's a lopsided political system right now.
I always say DC has the wet laws, because they're still wet from them riding there.
They love to just smear it out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, they got the dry erase board laws. They have a law, and then when it doesn't work for them, they dry erase board it and then put a new law in there. Without even telling anybody. It's just Bob in a back room writing the laws on a dry erase board.
Well, they just make them up whenever they show up, and then,
if they show up.
It's like when Santa got arrested, there was a cop that spoke to us, one of the white shirts, and was telling us all these things, that were supposed to be the parking laws and stuff. And then like 2 or 3 hours later, the parking meter lady come by, and so we were asking her, and she was super nice, answered every question, and she's like, oh no, he was trying to say that we had to move to a different quadrant, we couldn't just switch sides of the streets with parking there, and all kinds of stuff, and she was like, no, you just go to the other side of the street, it's a different parking meter, you just have to change parking meters every 3 hours.
Then they told him you can't have your lawn chairs on the lawn.
Yeah, which is all.
Which go tell everybody picnicking down by the Jefferson.
It's like when they told Samuel they couldn't have their bullhorn.
whatever.
They couldn't have their bullhorn because it's disturbing the peace. That's a lie. They don't enforce disturbing the peace till after 10 p.m.
Yes, exactly.
That's the law. Yeah. Yep. Which another awesome cop that come by, I was asking him and her, was a guy and a girl. I was asking them some questions about the laws there. So there's no disorderly conduct. It does not exist in DC. And the only other ticket you can get would be disturbing the peace, and that doesn't happen until after 10 p.m. And the reason is because if they did enforce those two laws, then half the town would be in jail all the time.
All it is like when you see one of these dudes out of prison, one of these big ass black dudes come on like, what, in your face, right? That's the government trying to throw that same energy at the people. It's a flex. It's all it is a giant flex. It's a giant flex, and it's an intimidation tactic. It's a breakdown tactic. It's made to enforce their ideas and to solidify their stand inside of their little castle, basically, which is our house too. You know what I mean?
Well, see, DC proper isn't part of the United States, foreign soil.
Yeah.
They never made it part because it directly contradicts the Constitution. You might as well go over to China.
And they do this. Well, our guys don't, but we got the White House right there. That are everything China and Ukraine and China.
I figured
That's what trying to get everybody out, right?
Yes, they
I
gotta.
That the people terrorizing them, right?
Even back with Obama, there was stuff starting.
Oh yeah.
That was a giant firecracker happening. No problem. Oh, I know he is. In fact, he told us that he was going to run the show. He told us he'd
Find a flag?
Always.
Thank you. So he could talk in the earpiece. And we caught him doing it over.
Find a flag?
Sure. Thank you.
That'll go right on.
Dude, that's
Oh, we got a nice little flag today. Love it.
don't feel bad, man.
Wish we could just attach it, where it would just.
The flying flag.
Appreciate it.
We love how they fly.
Dave DePio, chaplain of the Capitol.
So
To have some prayer and a pledge and speak.
you live down south.
So we pray. Almighty God,
Oh, we're
we
praying.
thank you for this beautiful day. We thank you for this great nation and the freedom to assemble on the steps of our state capitol. We thank you for this host of patriots that you have gathered here, celebrating our unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Land which Ben Franklin acclaimed a republic if you can keep it. Lord, we're reminded of Lincoln's immortal words on the battlefield of Gettysburg. It is the duty of nations as well as of citizens to own their dependence upon the overruling power of God. We have been recipients of the choicest bounties of heaven. We have been preserved through these many years of peace and prosperity. We have grown in numbers, wealth, and power as no other nation has ever grown, but we have forgotten God. End of quote. Lord, We are warned that we are just one election away from losing the very liberty that our founders pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honors to gain for us. Lord, please strengthen us, fortify us with your word in Romans 8:37 to make us more than conquerors over the challenges of an increasingly oppressive government in a world of terrorism and fear of death itself. Give this generation of current and future leaders the prayer, the sweat, and the financial resources to move into every level of local, state, and national government. Bless our government of the people, for the people, and by the people. This I pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
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 I'd like to introduce Felita Cars to do the national anthem, and then we'll
You want to move
line
up there?
our speakers.
Thank you, Dave. Good morning. Morning. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Would you all join me? Would you join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. And I'm going to do 2 worship songs. If you know them, please join in with me. The first is the Battle Hymn of the Republic, which I love. And the second one is going to be Amazing Grace. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of our Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He has loosed the faithful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born to set us free. See the glories of his glory in transition for you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free. Our God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that to sing God's praise than when we first begun. Praise the Lord. I'm going to call Mike Brown to come up. Give him a hand.
Thank you. A big round of applause. That was amazing. Is that not beautiful? Nice to see that. Beautiful. My name is Mike Brown, and I want to be your next Kansas Secretary of State. It is a pleasure to be with all of you today in front of this beautiful building on this beautiful day that God made. And I'm honored to be with you and have this opportunity to speak to you and address you about me being your Kansas Secretary of State. There's a couple of things I want to talk about before I talk about me. I want to talk about us collectively. In the last month or so, the United States Supreme Court ruled on a whole myriad of cases, but there are three in particular that are of great importance to me. So when anything I say along the way, you feel free to clap, whistle, whatever. I'm going to keep going as you're applauding or whatever, but just know you're not interrupting me. So, the United States Supreme Court, Roe v. Wade decision. Who was excited about that? How about the Second Amendment ruling on the case out of New York? Second Amendment rights stand. And then many of you will know this, some of you may not, but who paid attention to the EPA ruling that came out of the U.S. Supreme Court? I read an article online that said a large percentage of the employees with the EPA across America are going to need to go find employment elsewhere. I'm not happy they're losing their job. I am happy, however, that there are companies all over this country that need qualified and good employees, and those people need off the government roll, back in the private sector, helping us get America back on track after this disaster that is Brandon.
Yes. Yes.
So, as your Kansas Secretary of State, there are several things that I intend to do, and I intend to do them immediately. On the day that I'm sworn in this beautiful building behind me, I'm going to walk over to that building right there, sit down in my new office at my desk, and there are going to be a stack of papers I'm going to sign. They're going to tighten up our elections and make them more safe and more secure on day one.
Yes.
Woo! Thank you. There are two particular pieces of paper that I'm really excited to sign, and I'm going to sign two. They're going to be the very first two I sign. The first one I'm going to be very excited to put my signature on as your Kansas Secretary of State, and it is this. The ballot drop boxes are gone on day one. They're gone.
Yes.
The second piece of paper is to hire an attorney and a law enforcement official to stand at my side to fulfill the duty, the obligation, and the liability of what is called prosecutorial authority. If someone breaks Kansas election law and is accused of that, my office will investigate it, and if it is determined that they broke Kansas law, they will be prosecuted by my office to the fullest extent of the law. I will do that without mercy and without prejudice, to the fullest extent. Whatever the people in this building decide that means, in terms of a fine, in terms of incarceration, or whatever that may be, we're prosecuting it to that level. You cannot come to the great state of Kansas or reside in the great state of Kansas and believe that you can mess with our elections and get away with it. You're going to have to sleep with one eye open, because the office is absolutely going to investigate it. And if you broke the law, our office is coming for you. How about this one? How about that I got to work with the people in this building right here to get this done, because I don't have the unilateral authority to do this next thing. It requires me working with them. How about this, though? How about elections are over at 7 p.m. on Election Tuesday?
Yeah.
We're done voting. Voting is complete. All we're doing is counting votes. How about this one? We audit all elections.
Every election, every time.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Every election, every time.
Yes. Yes.
When I am your Secretary of State, and I look at all of our 105 counties in this great state, and I determine that there's even one piece of electronic election equipment in our state that is not safe and secure guaranteed, I will move the state of Kansas back to paper ballot immediately. So, there's much more in that stack that needs to be done. There's much that needs to be done to tighten up our elections. What is paramount in all of this is that you have maximum confidence in Kansas elections, and it will be my singular focus on every decision I make, on every person I prosecute, on every piece of paper I sign, that Kansas is known far and wide as the election integrity gold standard of America, and anything less would be a failure, and I promise you this, I will not fail. I want the other 49 states to look at the state of Kansas and say, wow, that is how you do good elections. We want to be just like Kansas. That's what I want. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to know. And I want you to know that it's that good, that the other states look to us as a model of how to really do this right. We have big plans. We have much work to do. I am a businessman. I am not a politician. This is not my comfort zone. I did serve as a county commissioner one term, but I am not a politician. That's not my world. I'm a business guy. I suspect that maybe what you've heard me stand up here and talk about, hopefully what you heard was some linear thought, because it's how a business person's brain works. I'm not in this simply to get elected and then sit in that corner office with a title on the door. I mean this sincerely. I love my country, I love my state, and I would do anything to protect it. And I do mean anything to protect it. Without safe and secure elections, we don't have anything. We have got to have safe and secure elections. That begins with the Secretary of State, who is a leader, who is a businessman, who is not afraid to go get the hard work done, and will do it. I have been to all 105 counties in the state. I've walked into every courthouse in Kansas. I've spoken to the majority of the county clerks in Kansas. I've learned much along that way. Over 25,000 miles on that white Suburban sitting out there. That Johnny Cash song, I've been everywhere, man. Amen, I lived it. I've been everywhere. I've also been on that 2-lane road in the dark, on the hilly, twisty road, way out west, and had that cattle hauler lit up like a Christmas tree across that yellow line coming at me. I'm here to tell you that it can be dangerous running around out there in the nighttime. So I ask for your prayers. I also ask for your prayers for everyone who's running statewide, because we're all doing the exact same thing. We're crisscrossing Kansas like crazy, and as we're all, whoever becomes the nominee on each of these races in the election on Tuesday moves forward, it continues for them. They continue to run far and wide across Kansas. So I ask for your prayers for me, but I ask for that for all of the candidates running statewide that are traveling back and forth across Kansas. I'm going to close with this. As I told you, I love my country and I'd do anything for it. I've put my companies on hold to do this. I have 5 children, a beautiful wife, a dog, and a cat that all are anxious for me to be done with the campaign to come home. And I'm looking forward to getting to be home a little bit too. I'm also looking forward to winning on Tuesday night, taking a couple of days for a breather, and then getting back on the campaign trail and get this job done for you, because it is paramount to me that we deliver on this. My name is Mike Brown, and I want to be your next Kansas Secretary of State. I ask for your prayers, and I ask for your vote. It's been an honor. Thank you. Thank you.
Can we give Mike another round of applause? That was excellent. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you, brother. Where you hit the button, man. Thank you.
So I'm going to share with you guys, I'm going to ask Julie. Where are you, Julie? Okay, so before I talk about CRT, critical race theory, which is what I'm called to talk about, I wanted to share something with you guys really briefly. And Julie is going to have this, this plaque, "In God We Trust." Today is the 50th anniversary 66, what am I thinking? 66th anniversary of when this "In God We Trust" was made our national motto. So on July 30th, 1956, President Eisenhower signed into law "In God We Trust" as our national motto. Then in 2006, the U.S. Senate reaffirmed "In God We Trust" as our motto on the 50th anniversary. And then in 2011, the U.S. House of Representatives voted overwhelmingly, 396-9, to reaffirm "In God We Trust" as the official motto and encourage its public display in all public buildings, public schools, and other governmental institutions. A lot of places, a lot of schools, they don't realize that this is legal. This is the law. And here in our own state of Kansas, in Dodge City, is it Dodge City? Their school board has voted unanimously to display this plaque in all of their schools. Is that a blessing?
Yeah.
18 schools, they are having this. And so Donna Lippo, if you guys are familiar with her, her ministry is Culture Shield Network, and she is the one who is behind this. She has ordered, I don't know how many thousands, 4,000 of the posters and of the frames, and she has been going to businesses, neighborhoods, any business. It can be private or especially if it's governmental, and we put those up. And so all of the representatives here, so Julie says that they shared this with, and all of the members except for one has accepted this plaque to display in their office. Well, that's a blessing, praise the Lord. So did you want to add anything to that, Julie? Okay.
I have about 20 of these plaques. So if you've got a place you want to take it to your government office and display it, or business, restaurants, fire stations, police stations, that's all I have.
Okay.
Read
what's
what's on the back.
Much.
Read what's on the back.
Oh yeah, there's another.
Yeah, the declaration on the back.
The thing on the back.
She just read it.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Read it.
All right, I go to listen.
Okay, very good. Okay, so I just want to share with you guys, I just found this out recently. In the state of Kansas, this was something that was passed by our school board. Kay is going to talk in detail about this. She's on the program for today. But in 2012, the state of Kansas, the school board launched what is called, is it emotional learning? Social emotional learning as an experiment. We were the first state in the union to do this. And from that particular program, we have all of these other programs that fall in that category, such as CRT, critical race theory, such as gender identity education, and so many of these social ills, I'll call them, that they have now trying to indoctrinate our children. And what is happening is that academia, the academics are falling by the wayside, the math, the reading, and the writing. But I just wanted to share that piece with you before I start talking about critical race theory. Critical race theory has been, it began in our academic arena in the colleges and universities around 1990. And it has been slowly infiltrating into all segments of our society. Now, this is what they will, get my notes. Okay, so critical race theory is a framework, an analytical framework. It analyzes, it reasons institutions and culture. So that's the premise of it. It has nothing to do with solving race relations, although that's what they will tell you. They'll tell you that this is all about, bringing the races together and helping us to understand each other. But in actuality, it's about division and spreading a victimhood message to the children and also government institutions. Its purpose is to divide the world into white oppressors and non-white victims. In other words, based solely on the color of your skin, you fall in two categories. You are either an oppressor, and you may not have known that, or you are a victim, and you may not have known that. Now, again, this is according to them. And they have what is called social justice. You may have heard of this. There are so many terms and euphemisms on critical race theory. And some of the words, they seem to be innocent enough. Words such as equity, social justice, diversity, inclusion, and culturally responsive teaching and learning, which is another one of those pieces that falls under that umbrella. But all of these things are simply a guise for division. Now, this the social justice umbrella has like 3 main things that they focus on. It's a trinity of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, our when we had our civil rights movement in the 60s, it was about equality. And when they made the laws in the land, it was based on that. Well, the critical race theorists, they now say that that's racist. Equality is racist. We want equity. Because do you know what equity is? Equity is sameness. We want to be the same. There's no difference with men and women. There's no difference with, no matter what the background is, we want the same thing, you know. When students have to take a test, for example, they have to take an exam entering, say they want to get into an Ivy League school, they want to get into Yale or Oxford, and they have these tests that they must take. Well, that's not fair that they have to take these hard tests. They may not be able to, some of the kids may not be able to pass that test. So we have to lower the bar. We have to lower the standards so that we can all be equitable and enter in the same way. And so it's so much division that they are teaching the children. Now I have this, it's called, oh yes, here it is. I'm just gonna give you all an example. This impress was published in 2021, I believe. So that's how recent this information is. That I'm going to give you some things of how this works in our government. So practically, so this was in 2021. This particular gentleman, he did some research, and he authored a series of reports on critical race theory in the federal government. This man was noticed by President Donald Trump. And because of his research, I don't know if you all remember what Trump did in 2020, but he took the critical race theory agenda out of the government for that season because of the work that this gentleman did. His name is Christopher Rufo. So this is Christopher Rufo's work. So the FBI was holding workshops on intersectionality theory. And just let me stop real quick and tell you what intersectionality means. Intersectionality is when there's layers of victimhood. For example, if you are Black, that's one layer, you're a victim. If you are a woman, that's another layer. Black woman, that's 2 victimhood things. Say you're a lesbian, so that's 3 layers of intersectionality. So you're Black, you're female, you're a woman, and it just keeps going on and on. Okay, so now that you have an understanding of what intersectionality means, the FBI, okay, they held a workshop on this, teaching people about critical race theory. The Department of Homeland Security were telling their white employees that they were committing micro-equities and that they had been socialized into an oppressor rule. So the people in Homeland Security didn't realize if they were white that they were considered oppressors, but then after this training, that's what they were taught or educated upon. Okay, so from the Treasury Department, they held a training session telling their staff members that virtually all white people contribute to racism. The Treasury Department. And that they must convert everyone in the federal government to the ideology of anti-racism. By the way, they want to have an anti-racist department. You know, like we have a Department of Ed, Department of Homeland Security. They want an anti-racism department. Can you imagine how that would go? Okay, so I'm going to share with you just a couple of examples in the school systems. Now, Kansas, we have our own issues here in the state of Kansas. So many, I know that in Manhattan, there were a lot of indiscretions that was going on there. And the problem is that the board members, they're sneaky about it. And they say, no, we don't have that going on here. We're not doing that, because they give it these other names. But in actuality, when you dig a little deeper and you look at it, that's exactly what it is. It may have a little bit of a different name, but that's exactly what they're doing and what they're teaching. My question is, if you all support this so much, why don't you just be truthful about it? Why don't you just come out and say what it is and just tell everybody what you're doing? Well, the truth is, that's how liberals operate, isn't it? They're deceptive. And when they come at people, they're not telling them the whole truth. And just like Value Them Both is a perfect example. We've all seen the ads. We've all been watching what's going on. And so that's the perfect example of what we have. So I'm just going to read you a couple more examples of what's going on in these different schools. So in Springfield, Missouri, a middle school, the middle school forced their teachers to locate themselves on an oppression matrix, and based on the idea that straight, white, English-speaking Christian males are members of the oppressor class, and that they must atone for their privilege and covert white supremacy. In Philadelphia, an elementary school forced their fifth graders to celebrate Black communism and to simulate a Black Power rally to free the 1960s radical Angela Davis from prison, where she was held on charges of murder. In Seattle, a school district was told that white teachers that they were guilty of spirit murder against Black children and that they must bankrupt their privilege in acknowledgement of their thieved inheritance. I know this sounds outrageous and unbelievable and ludicrous, because it is, but this really happened. This gentleman has done research only a year ago, and this is what is happening all over the country. Okay, so what do I do with my phone? Oh, could you bring me that phone right there real quick? I just wanted to share this in closing. They are after our children. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, right? And we know the enemy has his agenda, and God is the only way. God is the only answer. And I just want to share, thank you. I just want to share what the Lord says about the diversity and the races and the division. He's already done this. He's already done the work on the cross. We don't need critical race theory. We don't need reparations. We don't need 40 acres and a mule. This is what we need, the Word of God. Okay, this is in Ephesians, and beginning with, this is chapter 2, verse 11. Therefore, remember that formerly you who were Gentiles at birth and called uncircumcised by those who call themselves the circumcision, which is done in the body by human hands. Remember that at that time you were separate from Christ, excluded from citizenship in Israel, and foreigners to the covenant of the promise. You were without hope. We were without hope, without God in this world. But now in Christ Jesus, you who were once far away have been brought near by the blood of Christ. For he himself is our peace, who has made the two groups one and has destroyed the barrier, the dividing wall of hostility. By the way, God himself, he did make two groups. He only made two groups, and it wasn't black and white. The two groups he made was Jew and Gentile. That was it. And even though he made those two groups separate, he brought them together, and that is what Ephesians is talking about. By setting aside in his flesh the law with its commands and regulations, his purpose was to create in himself one new humanity out of two, thus making peace, and in one body to reconcile both of them to God through the cross, by which he put to death their hostility. He came and preached peace to you who were far away, and peace to those who were near. For through him we both have access to the Father by one Spirit, the Jew and the Gentile. So every ethnicity that is non-Jew, every one of us, we are the same. In God's eyes, we're the same, and not only in God's eyes, but in science. Did you all know that scientifically this was done? The gentleman, he's a scientist with DNA, and they did the DNA of a black man and a white man. And what they discovered from the DNA of blacks and whites is that we are more alike than any animal you can think of. It could be two twin giraffes, two twin elephants. I mean, two identical twin animals in the nature. Humans are more identical in their DNA than those two twin animals are. Because of what? Because of God. Because we are made in his image. So all of this division and all of this diversity is nothing but from the enemy, and it's nothing but separation. So critical race theory, we don't want that. We don't need that. We need to bring the children together. We need to teach the children about the love of Christ. We need to teach the children about reading and writing and arithmetics. Let's get back to basics and take all of this social education nonsense out of our schools. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Olacart. Good morning, moving on.
Hi, everybody. My name's Eddie.
Good morning,
Ehart.
Mass Mom.
There are drinks back there in the cooler. We do have porta potties down here at the corner, and we're going to get the food going here in a little while. Who's our next speaker, Miss Barb? Mr. Lance Neely up next to speak. Thank you, guys.
Yard signs.
The yard signs are here, free to take home with you. Please do not put them in the grass here. We don't want to break their water sprinkler system. There's more additional flags that are free to pick up and wave and take home. Thank you, guys.
Good morning, Patriots.
Good morning.
I've spoke to you guys, most of you, several times. I will tell you, for those of you that don't know who I am, I'm Lance Neely. I'm the state representative for the 42nd District. My area has Eudora, Tonganoxie, Easton, and now I have McLouth, America, with the redistricting. So very pleased and everything to have those people, strong conservative area in my district. The other option for him in the redistricting was to take me back into Lawrence. And I pretty much told him, I said, well, if that happens, I probably lose and everything. So I had to fight one of the other representatives and everything for that McLouth area and everything. He still got a black eye. I won. And but nobody is running against me, so I did a cartwheel in my head because I can't really do one. So I have been out walking in the parades. I have been out helping others and everything get elected. My wife and I, that's what we originally did before I even considered running. I didn't plan on running. I have 4 children. I wanted them to stay in the state of Kansas, and I was not happy with the representation that was taking place in my area. I am not your typical politician. I don't even like the word politician. So I came up here to step on some toes, and I will tell you that I have been called to the principal's office already a couple times. So, but I'm up here to work for the people. I'm up here to work for my constituents, my family, my friends, and I'm not here for the establishment. I'm not here to work for Topeka. So when we try to get things done, they know how I'm going to vote. I will tell you that I'm in Judiciary Committee. This last year, I stopped 3 red flag laws before they even got out of committee. I read the definition of a red flag law in committee, and I said, isn't that what we're talking about? And then I looked around at the 13 attorneys that were in there and watched their mouths fall open. It was awesome. It was great. I giggled all the way home that day. So I will be up there to turn around and protect your Second Amendment's rights and everything these next 2 years. And I'm happy to announce that my office mate, Tim Johnson, doesn't have an opponent, that we will be in the same offices right here. And you're always welcome to stop by and talk to Tim and I. I want to bring somebody else up now. We're here also to speak on behalf of somebody that I am very, very pleased with. Come on now. This is my wife, Melinda, She is the Leavenworth County Republican chairperson, along with about 60 other titles that she holds. We wave at each other on the highway a lot of times. I'm like, that was my wife that just went by there. But we're here to talk to you on behalf of Derek Schmidt, our next governor of the state of Kansas. I'm going to tell a real short story and then kind of let her give you some background on Derek. But my son was in the military, and he had left for Kuwait and was over in Kuwait. And during that time period, he had gone to Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, all of the different places and everything over there. Some very scary things happened. But Derek Schmidt went and visited our troops over there, and he took some pictures and he posted them on Facebook. And my wife was looking at Derek's page, and all of a sudden she's like, Lance, and I thought, maybe there was a snake by my foot or something. But it was actually a picture of my son with Derek in Kuwait. And so the next time I saw Derek, I said, hey, Derek, do you remember this picture? And he said, Justin. And I said, you remembered his name? And he said, when you're over 3,000 miles away and a kid turns around and knocks generals and everybody else down to come up and talk to you because he's from Kansas, you remember him. So that's my Derek Schmidt story and everything. Derek and I have talked back and forth. I've worked with him at the Attorney General's office, or at the Attorney General's office. And I will tell you that he has some of the best staff and everything that we have up here at the Capitol. He has a gentleman by the name of Willie Prescott and everything. Willie is our liaison for our Judiciary Committee, and so I see him on a daily basis. And he's working the Leavenworth County Fair with us, so I get to see him every day this week too. So I'm going to let my wife and everything give you some information about Derek Schmidt. I will tell you and everything that Derek unequivocally has my vote, has my endorsement, has my support. We have walked in the parades for him. We have been actually pushing Derek and everything for years to run for governor. So this is my wife, Melinda.
Good morning, Patriots.
Good morning.
Or freedom fighters, maybe. To finish the story he talked about, Justin pushed through the crowd and said, I'm from Kansas. Do you know my parents? They're really active in politics. Our kids all think everybody knows us on first name basis, and that's not the case. So Derek was elected 44th Attorney General of Kansas in 2010 and was reelected in 2014 and 2018. Kind of important when you're running for governor that you haven't lost a race. He is our chief law enforcement officer. He has sued the Obama and Biden administrations many times, and he has won.
Yeah.
Good.
He has personally won 3 Kansas cases at the U.S. Supreme Court. Yes. Derek is a native Kansan, and he understands our values, unlike someone else who is from New York. Sounds like a salsa commercial, right? Katie Sawyer is also a 5th generation Kansan, and her and I actually went through Eisenhower series together and graduated out of that class in 2019. So personally know her, and she is a great lady. She served as Roger Marshall's director in all state operations and constituent services in the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House. They are pro-life. And as Derek also always says, we have, and I couldn't get the exact number, but there's at least 50 days left till we fire Laura Kelly.
Yeah!
One of the things that I want to be sure to know is that I have had multiple conversations with Derek. He is very pro Second Amendment. that I'm kind of known as a Second Amendment guy, and so that's one of the things that I want to make sure that you guys are aware. One of the other things was Derek has said that he will turn around and immediately approve the common sense law bills and stuff that Laura Kelly blocked with her vetoes. In the House, we had two very, very important bills, and I will say that I'm looking forward to the elections to find out and everything where we're going to stand and everything as far as conservative values. There are times and everything in our world and everything where Republican can be up here, down here, and down here on your level of where you are at and the color of red. So I'm very excited to see and everything with the election just how red and everything we get to be. The two and everything I was referring to is the fairness in women's sports, because women or men should not be playing in women's sports. The second one that we were unable due to what I would call rhinos. The Parental Bill of Rights. Parents should be the main driver of their children's education.
Yes, sir.
Derek and Katie would like to thank you guys for your support in November. Donate, sign up as a volunteer, order a yard sign, SmithForKansas.com. That's SmithForKansas.com. And I will tell you that I'm very, very excited about Derek Schmidt and Katie running. Even though we had a majority in the House, we need a Republican governor here in Topeka.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Hey, Woodhound, we're going to be here all day if you can make it up here. I don't know how far away you live.
You want me to do Kris?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Kris Kobach, and I've lost my voice, sorry. But, and he's great. And he's here to tell you who he is rather than watching a box and hear the lies.
I think we're going to be here till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, Kobach.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Great to see so many Patriots here. I think most of you have heard me speak before, so I'm not going to go into a long bio. But you know, I was your Secretary of State when we passed the most secure election laws in the country in 2011. And you probably know that President Trump tapped me to lead his election fraud commission in 2017. But you might not know that I was a professor of constitutional law for 15 years at UMKC, and that I've litigated 4 times against either President Barack Obama or President Joe Biden, and have, thank you, and have won 2 victories and 2 cases are pending. And also in my private civil litigation practice, I've defended cities all the way from Maricopa, Arizona, counties and cities, Maricopa County, Arizona, up to Hazleton, Pennsylvania, against the ACLU. And I decided to run for Attorney General the day that Joe Biden was inaugurated, January 20th, 2021. And on that day, he signed over a dozen executive orders that violate federal law, violate the Constitution, or both. And I realized that I was not planning on running for office, but I realized that the only official who can stop the Biden administration in its tracks is not a governor, not a senator, not someone in Congress, as long as we're in the minority. It's a state attorney general. You can go to court and stop Joe Biden, and that's what I decided I want to do. And I want to tell you a little bit about 2 lawsuits right now. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about 1 lawsuit that I've got right now. So I gave a speech in Wichita on January 28th of this year. It was right after we had won a victory against the Biden administration on the OSHA mandate. Everybody remember the OSHA mandate? Yes. Every employee in a company with 100 or more people working there would have to take the vaccine regardless of whether they wanted to or not. And if you wanted a religious exemption, you could have it, but you'd have to pay for $7,000 worth of testing every year. I'll tell you what, in America, we don't pay to exercise our free exercise of religion. And anyway, after we had won that victory on January 13th, and then two pilots at McConnell Air Base came up to me and said, "Kris, can you help us?" And I said, "What's going on?" He said, "Well, we've got a group of pilots that are pilots and other airmen who are being forced to leave the Air Force because we are asking for a religious exemption and we are being denied a religious exemption to the vaccine mandate." And we continued in conversation. We talked with more members of the Air Force, and on March 8th, 36 airmen, with me representing them, brought a lawsuit against Joe Biden to stop the vaccine mandate in the U.S. Air Force. Thank you. And let me tell you, it is outrageous. The Biden administration has granted 3,781 secular exemptions. If you've got a medical exemption or an administrative reason to be exempt, they will grant it, almost certainly. But if you ask for a religious exemption based on your faith to the vaccine mandate, they will not grant it. They have granted, in our lawsuit, we've already proven that there are 0 cases, 0 exemptions that have been granted to someone who is not already leaving the military. They say, "Oh, we granted a couple," but then when you do the research, you find out that those very small number were people who are already going to leave the military. This is outrageous, and this has no place in the United States of America, this hostility to faith. Apparently they don't know their history because, of course, this country was founded on the free exercise of religion, founded by people who wanted to come here and exercise their faith. And so this lawsuit is in several of the members of the plaintiff group are from Nebraska at Offutt Air Force Base. And so the lawsuit is actually started in Nebraska and is now in the 8th Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals. But I want to tell you a few things about this just to show you what's happening to our military right now. So first, you've got the constitutional rights denied to the men and women who are fighting to defend our constitutional rights. That has no place in the United States of America. But secondly, it's hurting our country's national defense. In addition to the pilots in our plaintiff group, there's a total of about 300 pilots that are about to be kicked out of the Air Force right now. And this is on top of the fact that we have a 1,650 pilot shortage right now in the Air Force. And that the Air Force and all the branches of the military are not meeting their recruiting goals. So if you already have a shortage of over 1,600 pilots, you kick out another 300 pilots, and there's nobody out there to replace them. And by the way, you don't just replace an Air Force pilot, you train him for years, and you spend a lot of money. We are going to be hurting our nation's defenses, and the more and more I watch this, the more and more I think that's what the Biden administration wants all along. Anybody know how much it costs to train a pilot of an RC-135 or a KC-135?
$1 million.
$1 million. $5.5 million to train one pilot. And that's money that you spent and I spent through our tax dollars. And Biden doesn't care. He just wants to kick him out because he's more concerned with his ideological quest to force us to submit and take a vaccine, whether we choose to or not. And that is wrong, and that has no place in this country. So this is a really important point for me. This case means more to me than any other case I've ever litigated, because these men and women, they're giving it all up. They are giving up their jobs, their careers in the Air Force. They are giving up retirement. Some of our pilots are at 18 to 19 years, and when you hit 20 years, your retirement vests, and that retirement can be worth 7 figures depending on how long you live. They're giving that up. They are giving up their honorable discharge or their honorable exit from the military and facing the possibility of a dishonorable discharge because they are, quote, disobeying orders, unquote. They are putting all of this on the line because their beliefs are strong and they are men and women who are standing firm and not going to yield. Now, I don't know about you, but those are the people I want in the U.S. military. And the Biden administration doesn't want them. And I don't know ultimately what's driving the Biden administration, but I'll tell you this. One of the objectives, if they have it, that they are achieving is that men and women who are Christian are being forced out of the military, and men and women who are conservative are being forced out of the military. And doesn't that sound consistent with what the Biden administration is doing with our new woke military? It's outrageous. So my hope is that when I'm Attorney General, I will be able to wake up each morning, have my breakfast, and think about the next lawsuit I bring against Joe Biden. And that's why my yard signs say "Sue Joe Biden." I've never had a political yard sign so popular, but I don't think it's because it's my name at the top. It's because it says "Sue Joe Biden" in the bottom half. So I want everyone who doesn't already have one to take one home today. And it's going to make your liberal neighbors a little bit angry, but that's okay. We're going to be doing a lot of things that make them a little bit angry, aren't we?
Yes, sir.
And there's another issue aside from the vaccine mandates where our liberties are being attacked by this president, and that's our Second Amendment freedoms. It's unbelievable. You probably heard yesterday that the U.S. House of Representatives passed a so-called assault weapons ban against the modern American rifle, the AR platform, which is nothing more than the rifle that most Americans prefer because it is the modern platform that has been around for more than 60 years in the United States. And we hope that the Senate doesn't pass that, but if it does, it's going to take a state standing firm and knocking on the courthouse door to say, not in this country, we still have a constitution. And we have a president who thinks that the 9mm round is a large caliber weapon. He clearly has no idea what he's talking about. And the people who write what he says have no idea what he's talking about. This guy is bent on doing whatever the woke advisors around him tell him to do. And unfortunately, that's a danger to our Second Amendment rights. And so to wrap this up, Kansas is going to be leading the charge if I'm Attorney General. Right now, there are lawsuits brought by some states against the Biden administration when they violate our Constitution, but almost every single one is led by Texas. Now, Kansas may sign its name along with Nebraska and along with Iowa, but Texas is the only state doing the work, and Texas has brought 20-plus lawsuits against the Biden administration. Well, Texas is going to get some reinforcements when I'm Attorney General. Starting in January, it's going to be Texas and Kansas standing side by side, going up against the Biden administration in court. And you remember those old bumper stickers that say, "Don't mess with Texas"? I want to see some bumper stickers that say, "Don't mess with Kansas." So when I'm Attorney General and Joe Biden comes after our AR platform rifles, what's Kansas going to do? We're going to sue Joe Biden, aren't we? And when Joe Biden comes up with a regulatory magazine capacity ban, what's Kansas going to do? Sue Joe Biden, right? And when Joe Biden uses some species to stop oil drilling in western Kansas, what's Kansas going to do? Sue Joe Biden. And when Joe Biden uses school lunch funds to create trans-friendly bathrooms in every public school, what's Kansas going to do? Joe Biden! Exactly. We are going to make sure that we defend our rights against this president at every turn. And that has to be done until we can it has to be done, period. But it has to absolutely be done until we can have a White House that is not intent on pushing an ideological agenda and shredding the Constitution in the process. I want to conclude by saying this. Back in February, when things really started opening up and the theaters started opening, my wife Heather and I went to see a movie, science fiction movie, and some of you probably saw it. It was called The Matrix Resurrections, and The Matrix is an old science fiction series from the 1990s. I'm not going to tell you all about the movie, but the gist of it is this. It's that this evil sort of overlord of the planet creates this alternate reality where a computer program makes you think you're living your life. And it creates this wonderful life where everything's happy, but it's not really you. It's a computer program that is telling you what your life is. And in the movie, the hero of the plot, played by Keanu Reeves, he confronts the creator of this universe. And, they have a talk about why this was done. And the creator says, the sheeple like to feel safe and be told what to do. The sheeple like to feel safe and be told what to do. And I turned to Heather in the theater and I said, honey, that's exactly where we are today.
Yes, exactly.
That the Biden administration is telling us what's good for us, telling us what to put in our bodies, telling us what to do. all in the name of making us feel safe. Well, let me end by saying this. We are not sheeple. We are patriots, and we are standing firm in defense of our liberties, and it begins right here in Kansas on August 2nd, and it also continues in November, and then on into 2023. We are taking this country back for freedom.
Thank you, Kris. My name is Philip Cosby. I'm with the American Family Association, American Family Radio. Kris has stood with me on things. I've worked in this building now for almost 20 years. I hail from Abilene, Kansas. My two things that I'm kind of known for are I work against obscenities, promotion of obscenity to minors, pornography issues, and grand juries, citizens-initiated grand juries. Now, the success has been some years you're the windshield, some years you're the bug. And right now it's tough going. We successfully impaneled 10 grand juries to come against the pornography industry for promoting obscenity in Kansas. When Kris came, as I was testifying before the Judiciary Committee, Kris came and stood there and he says, I'm here to explain to you that this is a populist movement that is true to the Constitution and it is the right thing to do. And he went into a academic discourse about in the Bill of Rights of the U.S. Constitution, it does two things. One, it restrains government. Second, it ensures our freedom as individuals. Kris was telling him how in the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, there is a right to a grand jury. Now that sounds really strange because to us, we think, well, grand juries, that belongs to a judge and that belongs to a prosecutor. That is not the way it originally was. It was the people's instrument. As Lincoln said, the courts and the Congress belong to the people. There was a time when the people made up the grand jury and that local prosecutor, the king, was not allowed in the room. Now, they have 99.9% success in getting indictments because they simply make their case. The average time they make that case is 2.5 minutes. And that man or woman is found indicted and on to charges. They aren't even allowed to be in the room. That's what a grand jury looks like today. The Fifth Amendment in the U.S. Constitution, that is not the tool that was given to the people. Now, the good news is Kansas has a citizens grand jury by petition process. It's 100 years old. Actually, it's as old as the state. And we used it in Abilene, Kansas. A pornography outlet opened up on our interstate, and I put an ad in the paper, and I asked for the men to come and stand with me to address their pornography issues in their own lives and to stand against this moral failure that was happening across the nations, which has been exacerbated by the internet and cellular phones as our kids are being exposed to this stuff. 140 men showed up. We stood for 100 days in pairs, 24 hours a day. And every truck that pulled into that porn shop, if it was a Klondike truck the next day, Mr. Klondike knew where his truck was. Up and down the highways and the CBs saying, don't stop in Abilene, Kansas, they'll get you. We were. So that grew. And people began to understand that there are laws on the books about promoting obscenity. Promoting obscenity to minors. Why is it that a drag queen can sit there and have a story hour with our children, and you can't even read the Bible to your children in a public school? Which is the greater threat here? We have lost that moral foundation and that compass of where we were and where we are today. So those two things, just to say a little word about Derek Schmidt. 18 years ago, I think it was 2004, I had a bill before the legislature about strip clubs and restrictions. Close at midnight, no alcohol, no lap dances, no VIP rooms. These were all constitutional and solid. We had passed it in Missouri. We could not get it passed in Kansas. We haven't been able to get it passed in Kansas. And I went there to Derek's office. I took one step in there. He was on the phone. He saw me. He said, "Stop." He cupped the phone and he says, "I know who you are. I know what you're doing. Anything you want passed, I got your back." He said, "Your time is important." He says, "You go work on those ones that are indifferent to what's happened in the moral failures of our nation." That's the first time I met Derek. I said, "Man, I wish every legislator was like this. I know what you're for. I got your back." That's as hard as it was. So those two pillars with Derek Schmidt, I know he has a moral center on human trafficking. We are trying to deal with human trafficking in these strip clubs. There is a legislator in this building that happens to be the chairwoman of the Judiciary Committee that will not believe that. That will not stand and say human trafficking and these strip clubs are tied, nor allow that bill to be worked in her committee. It is so wrong.
Very.
You know her name.
Yes.
She happens to be running against Kris Kobach. 3 bills running in her committee. She buried them all. Don't be fooled here. Kris will stand with us. So in conclusion, I'm not going to take much of your time. In God we trust.
Yes.
If you have a quarter, there's a trinity on the quarter. On every coin in America, there's a trinity. There's e pluribus unum, out of many one. And critical race theory is trying to destroy that and separate us. There is liberty on every coin, and there is in God we trust on every coin. But there's something distressing on the quarter. If you have a quarter that's prior to 1999, you'll find in God we trust coming out of the mouth of George Washington, right here. After that, it's behind his back. Things are changing imperceptibly. God is being replaced. Some people say, well, you can't legislate morality. Everything that happens in that building has a moral weight to it.
Yes.
Everything. The foundation has to do with the character of the people, the morality of that nation. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. I have set before you life and death, therefore choose life. We are in the valley of decision, as it says in Joel. Multitudes in the valley of decision. This value them both, choosing life. Kansas was the first ones in the Civil War to speak. John Brown stood and said men ought to be free. That started in Kansas. Plessy Ferguson was challenged in Kansas. Separate was not equal. That was Kansas that did that. That values human life. Says Roe v. Wade is overturned. Kansas is the very first state to have a life initiative that's about to be examined. The whole nation is watching this one. Kansas, once more, is on the forefront of a historical moment. So again, my name is Philip Cosby. I am not running for anything. You invited me to come to speak, and I thank you for that. Next up. Who's next, Barb? Let him introduce himself.
Good morning. My name is Bruce Williamson. I am running as a candidate for the 53rd District House seat. There are two candidates that are Republican that are running for this seat. So I have a primary opponent. There are a total of 4 candidates running for this seat, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans. And I just want you to know, and I'll say this carefully, I am the only pro-life candidate out of the 4 of us. You can read between the lines. I do want to say this. I am, my beautiful wife over here, Kirsten, is here. A group of a bunch of wonderful folks helping with the campaigner here. And most importantly, you know when politicians on TV are there talking about the bills they're going to sign and the things that they're going to do, and they always have their constituents behind them, and it looks really cool. I'm really cool this morning because I got it right here. These are my grandchildren, and they're one of the best things in my entire life, and I'm blessed to have them. Why I am running? I was born in Lawrence, lived in Kansas almost my entire life. I love the state. I love Topeka. I love everything you can do in the state of Kansas with all the incredible options and the things that it affords us. But I am a barber, and I see hundreds of people every week coming in and out of the shop. So I get to hear from a lot of people that aren't happy and are disgusted. They don't like what's going on. At the federal level and at the state level. I hear all the time legislators and some lobbyists come in and tell us about bills that didn't get passed because of rhinos that are Republicans that vote with the Democrats. We have about 20 rhinos in the House of Representatives that sometimes get confused on how to vote for the right things. And it's impeded our ability to get great laws for all of us. I am not a politician. I am a small business owner. I'm a blue-collar worker. I love what I do. And let me just give you a bit of history. My father started the barbershop in Fairlawn Plaza in 1962. I started working for him in 1975. So we've had about 60 years of barbering in the southwest part of Topeka. And it's a privilege to continue the business as a second-generation barber. And I want to help bring the state of Kansas back to economic growth and to economic freedom and to health and liberty and great things so that I can pass my business on to my grandchildren, because they're incredibly talented and I know they do a great job, and I want to make sure they have that for them. Let me just share with you quickly. I had to write them down so that I could stay in a boundary. What is important to me and why am I running? I've done the research, so have you. 90 out of the 105 counties in the state of Kansas over the last 10 years have had decreased numbers in their counties. Our counties are shrinking in Kansas. 90 out of 105. What does that tell you? That businesses are leaving and people are leaving because of the taxes. One of the things we don't need is more taxes, more regulations, and bureaucracy that just weighs down free markets and small businesses. We need growth. We need fair taxes where people can live and raise their families in a wonderful way for the state. So we need to look at, who doesn't know that we need to rein in taxes and make them fair? Number two, decrease taxes on fuel. We tried to do that in this last legislative session. And the fast track. If we can get enough legislators here that agree we don't have to spread out the food tax for the next 3 years, let's get it done this next year and be done with it. Another thing is I want safe schools for all of our children. How many want safe schools for our kids? Absolutely. We do not need an incident to happen in Kansas before these folk here decide we better do something about it. I've talked to principals, I've talked to school board leaders, and every one of them said we have all the money we need in our school systems, and schools have all the money they need for procedures and policies to set up for all schools to have a resource officer so that all of our schools in Kansas can be safe. That's got to happen. We need to protect our children. They're one of the greatest resources that we have in the state. The lifeblood of this state is small businesses. If without small businesses, we really don't have all that much, because great corporations aren't going to take care of and provide for what we need and have in the state of Kansas. So we need to have fair taxes, less burdensome regulation, and our state and our communities and our Shawnee County government to work with our small businesses. And who doesn't want to support our law enforcement? I want to support our law enforcement. I don't want to defund them. I want to take care of them. I want to stand not only with them, behind them, and in front of them to do what they need to do in their incredible work. I want for sure to take care of, we have lots of sheriff's officers, police officers, highway patrol, and military coming to our barbershop. And we honor and respect all of them, and we want to take care of them. And lastly, this is the most important thing that you, when you go to your ballot and you look at it, and on the back side of your ballot, on most all of them, will be an amendment. The most important thing you can fill out on your ballot is this initiative that both these lives matter. This initiative, here's the deal. The Supreme Court of the United States started what needed to happen in eliminating Roe versus Wade and sending it back to the states. Now, it is our responsibility. Isn't it interesting that on our election, August the 2nd, next week, we are the first state to engage the evil empire, this demonic influence of wanting to keep murder in our state. So the most important thing you can do, whether it's electing great people, is to vote yes for this amendment. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. And here's another thing that almost nobody's talking about. It won't be great that next year, after the election's over, that we can elect wonderful Christian, godly legislators that will want to eliminate murder in the state of Kansas. Yes. Amen? Amen. So I need your help, and well, I need your help for me to get there, because I want to be one of them. Now, one of the things that almost nobody's talking about, and I want to, is hopefully we're going to have lots more babies to be adopted in the state of Kansas. And one of the things that I want us to do as a legislature is to look at why it takes over 2 years and about $35,000 to adopt a baby in a loving family. It shouldn't be that way. We need to change and redo those laws to make it so that families that want a baby can adopt a baby. Because I hope and I pray that there'll be a lot of them. Yes. Here's my last deal. I've been a proud member of the NRA for many, many years. And I'm glad to be a part of it. I'm a member of the Capital City Gun Club. And we love to shoot. My granddaughters here love to hunt birds. And I think that's awesome. And I'm passing on and we're raising up a generation of bird hunters. But let me tell you this. The NRA does not sell arms.
No.
But Planned Parenthood does. And that's sad. We've got to stop the murder of innocent babies in the state of Kansas. So vote yes on this amendment and let's get this done. I need your vote. I need to have your neighbors vote and their neighbors vote. I'm passionate about what goes on in this house, and I'm tired of rhinos and I'm tired of liberal. Since the camera's not here anymore, I can say this. So I didn't want this to be on the news. But yeah, fake news. But I'm tired. I'm wore out of liberal Democrats destroying our economy, destroying our city, destroying our state, destroying the cultural fiber of who we are as Kansans.
Yes.
And we need them. We need them really small and minimal. And we need to replace rhinos. All 20 of them. And by the way, if you're in the 53rd district, there's at least 2 rhinos on your ballot. Because I voted about 2 weeks ago and I know who they are. Vote for Bruce. Tell your friends and family to vote for Bruce in the 53rd district. Thank you very much. God bless you, and let's make Kansas great. You're the mic man.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Bruce. I am Bruce's treasurer, so if anybody wants to make a donation, just have to say that. My name is Kay Campbell, and anybody here parents? Any moms, dads? Yeah, grandparents? Yes. Just care about kids?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, my name is Kay, and my kids they're out of school, and I quit going to school board meetings. I didn't really pay attention. When my kids were in school, I had 3 jobs. I was a single mom. I didn't have time to pay attention. So things were happening. Things started happening during the Obama administration, and they're still happening. They're worse. They're out in the open now. And I have notes just to keep me on track. Because I will ramble, and I'll be at Peril Day, and you don't want that. I don't even know where to start. There's so much, and I need to talk to the man that was up here before that was talking about pornography, because we have that in our schools. So I started going to school board meetings selfishly because I didn't like that they were going to change the name of my school, and I didn't want that my letter jacket and my sweatshirts wouldn't still have the right name on it. I started going to these meetings, and I sat in the back, and I started listening, and I found out that the name change is the least of our problems. I started seeing other problems, and I started sitting up front. I started sitting closer to the front, and I started listening more. And I was seeing that this morning, one of your speakers talked about the social emotional learning umbrella. Under that is the critical race theory, and under that is, when we went to school, we had sex ed, right? Now they have sexuality training that goes far beyond that. Can y'all hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And so that, I was seeing that. So I started then speaking up. I started taking my 3 minutes at school board meetings to talk about the issues that I was concerned about. Most of the time, they didn't listen. They didn't respond. Hopefully, we're going to change that. So before we get into all of that, I just want you to know. I just want you to know this. Whether it be health freedom, public education, the economy, abortion, election integrity, or whatever the next thing that they plan to throw at us, your silence implies consent. My silence implies that I'm okay with it. Your silence implies that, okay, go ahead and do what you're going to do. We have to stop being silent. Just for a moment, can I hear your voices?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. You have them. We're gonna learn how to use them. I believe this. I've read it. I've heard it my whole life, and now I know what it really means. All that it takes for evil to prevail is for good people to do nothing. Are you guys with me on that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, exactly. So, how many people do you know that aren't here today? I mean, I thank you all for being here, but there's a lot of people that I know in my life that are good people. Where are they? They're not here. They're not picking up signs. They're not supporting us. And I feel like that needs to change. So don't just ask people to vote. You know, encourage them to get involved. It doesn't take much to once a month go to a school board meeting, even if you want to sit in the back. I was going door to door with signs and the value them both things last week, and I had a neighbor who thanked me. He's like, well, I wish I had gumption like you. I hadn't heard gumption since my grandma used to say that word. And he's like, I wish I had gumption. And I'm like, well, then do it. Just come to a meeting, come to a rally. So begin to invite people, give them courage to have gumption, please. Our kids are going to be our future. They're going to grow up way too fast, and they're going to be our decision makers. They're going to be in this building. They're going to be in our grocery stores. They're going to be in our nursing homes. They're going to be our nurses, our doctors. They're going to be the people that we will depend on. And so their education, what they learn, is vitally important. And I think sometimes we forget that. So here's a little history lesson. If you wanted to demoralize a nation and weaken its social structures and vital systems from within, where would you start? Yes, you would start by weakening the foundations of local communities and with the youngest members of that nation. You would try to stop as many as possible from being born at all. Then you would attack the family structure and the minds of the children. This began a long time ago. If you look at history, if you look at pre-World War II Germany, it was happening then, and it's happening now.
Yes.
Those who call it out and oppose it get accused of taking away our rights. Censorship, racism, sexism, or whatever ism or offense of the day happens to be trending in the scripted reports of the mainstream media. You may already be aware that many school curriculums and programs have embedded within them components of data mining. Your family's personal information is going to be sold. We've already talked about social emotional learning. We've already talked about critical race. We've mentioned the progressive sexuality. And it goes so far beyond what we remember when we were in school. Parents had to give permission to watch the film. Girls went in one room, boys went in the other room. I'm afraid that kids today wouldn't even know which room to go into. In Kansas, we have a statute, 21-6402. Is Christina still here? Yeah. So Christina's on a local school board, and she's passionate about this. And she doesn't have to look at her notes. She knows that it is 21-6402 because she has worked so diligently at that. So thank you. We're gonna do this, Christina. It says that it is a crime against public morals to promote to minors material harmful to minors. However, it includes what is called an affirmative defense, which is just a fancy way of saying that schools and libraries can freely promote graphic, sexually explicit material without fear of landing in jail or paying a hefty fine, that anyone else, anywhere else, would face jail time and fines. There's paper as well as ebooks, and they contain some or all combinations of the following: violence, detailed descriptions of pedophilia, rape, murder, incest, child to child and adult to child, sexual activity of every combination of gender identity or preference, age, and body part you can imagine, and some you probably cannot imagine without seeing the often included graphic images, so there's no mistaking what body part goes where and exactly what you do to it. I'm sorry. Wow. It kind of is nauseating. I have handouts. If anybody wants a list of the books or some of the excerpts or pictures from the books, it is covered. It is in a manila envelope because I don't even want to see it. A young girl came up a little bit ago to ask for a piece of paper, just to write on the back of it. And I was like, no, I don't have any paper. You can't have any paper from me. No. Because I didn't want her to see what is on my handout. This is for adults only, so that you can go back and look in your own school libraries. Oh, I forgot. Some of the images, they're cartoon characters or they're laid out like a comic strip to appeal to the youngest, littlest readers. So they're hitting them young. The hypocrisy around this is just as shocking as the content of the books.
At a school board meeting I attended back in January of this year, several brave moms and grandmas read from books in our school's libraries, and bless their hearts, they clearly pronounced words that had probably never left their mouth in their entire lives, that explicitly described every illegal, immoral, illicit thing we would hope to protect our children from. It was beyond nauseating, it was offensive. But like parents in schools all over the country, it was done to bring attention to the problem. Because of what was read aloud at this meeting, the then board president, Frank Henderson, who was our National School Board Association president, just FYI, he decided to remove public comment from the live stream of our local board meetings for all subsequent meetings because, as he explained to us, he didn't want to violate community standards on YouTube, which is where the live stream shows up, or FCC obscenity laws. So by his action, he admitted that the material violates community standards of morality and is obscene. But it's been 7 months now, and no move has been made to remove the books from our school district. He even admitted out loud in a meeting with 2 district patrons who happened to be recording the meeting that no educational value is to be found in those books, and he has looked at them himself. One has to wonder why. Why is it admittedly offensive and too profane to broadcast, but it's still apparently desirable for students to be able to see it? Oh wait, we do know the end goal. Demoralization of a nation starts with its children. Exactly. So that was the bad news. Are you ready for a little bit of good news?
Yes.
Yes.
The Kansas State Board of Education is made up of 10 elected board members. Each member serves 4 years. They overlap by 2 years. 5 seats from the odd-numbered districts are up for election this year. That is good news. 3 of those have the primary in 3 days, Districts 5, 7, and 9. The District 5 candidate is Kathy Hopkins. She previously ran for local school board and lost by only a handful of votes. So she is determined, she is passionate, and she is a patriot conservative. The District 7 candidate is Dennis Hirschberger. He is running as a patriot and supports parents' rights. The District 9 candidate is Luke, and they taught me how to say his name. It's kind of a tricky name, Eichley. Some might know him as Luke the Barber, not to be confused with Bruce the Barber. But I'm so proud of both of the barbers because neither one closed their shop during the lockdowns. So, I know, isn't that awesome? I'm so proud to know these people. The other 2 seats will face opponents in the general election, and that is District 1, Danny Zeck. He's a conservative dad, grandpa, and has served on his local board. And I'm not sure if this is true. I was told that one of the things that helped him decide to run was that when he tried to read from the same books that my friends and parents tried to read from, he was shut down. They banged the gavel, and he's like, no, you're not going to silence me. So please vote for him when the time comes if you're in his district. In District 3, we are just so blessed to have Michelle Dombrowski. She has been the lone voice of reason and dissent, standing strong on parents' rights, and she has been calling out many of the consent agenda items. In contracts, she takes time to vet the contracts, and she pushes back on the ones that are not good for our children. Michelle already knew what I just figured out this year, that most, if not all, of the bad news we just talked about is coming from the strings attached to the federal. What do we follow? The money, the strings attached to the federal money that is pouring into our state like it is coming out of a fire hose. Okay, Michelle's been pushing back, and she is so excited to maybe have some help here. For the 3 good patriots running in the primary, this is their election. They will not face opponents in the general election, so this is a very important vote on August 2nd. If you can't vote for them, you can still pray for them. And please pay close attention to their races. I feel glitchy with my microphone, sorry. It takes 6 votes to make it or change a policy. But if they can get the 5 total patriots on the board, they can put a pause at least on some of the things that have been harming true local control and parents' rights. Parents are getting tired of hitting brick walls when it comes to finding reasonable common sense and morality from school boards and school administrators. Those administrators, they want that federal funding, and they don't care what kind of harm it's doing to our kids. Like you, I fully support the Constitution and the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. I do not believe in censorship. I do believe in common sense, and that children need to be protected from conception through graduation at least. And that those decisions should be made by the parents of what they see, what they hear, what they're exposed to. If you want more information or that list that I talked about, and thank you, Stephanie, for putting together that handout, you can find me over here at the Williamson for Kansas table, because I support Bruce and I support all of the candidates here today, like Bruce. All of them are patriots, and all of them who actually, they care what's happening in our state, and we're putting our trust in them to do what is right. So thank you, all the candidates that have been here today, and the ones that couldn't be here that sent surrogates to speak. Thank you for standing up. Okay, it's lonely. And some of you guys know that. We were just talking about that this morning, Heidi. It is lonely to be the only one standing up for what is right. And this election is so important because those lone voices won't be alone anymore. Help is on the way. Please join me in asking God's blessing. Abba Father, thank you for bringing all of us together today. We ask, as a young David once asked long before you made him a king, is there not a cause? There are causes, and we thank you, Lord, and that you have sent us candidates with the skills and experience and the heart to make a difference in each of those causes, in each of those arenas. And thank you for equipping each of them with the stones of ammunition to aim their slingshots at the giants we are facing in Kansas. We ask for divine favor and protection for each candidate, their families and supporters. We ask that you be the ultimate poll watcher to ensure free and fair elections in every precinct and over every ballot. We know that you will make a way where there doesn't seem to be a way to overcome the brick walls and the opponents to the causes and the positions for which we have been called to stand and fill. We claim your protection for the babies, born and unborn, and the children who need protection. Because we know it would be better to have a millstone tied around one's neck and thrown into the sea than to cause one of these little ones to stumble. And we welcome those who have been silent, who are finding their voices and will be silent no more. And we celebrate that more good people will no longer do nothing. We know you are with us and you fight our battles. We are filled with gratitude as we ask all this in the powerful name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. Who's next?
Somebody needs to say this. And I'm not next, but I'm going to say this anyway.
What do you want to say? Come on up. You got a microphone. Use your voice.
If you have not voted yet, be sure to turn your ballot over.
Yes.
There are information and things you need to vote for on the back, including maybe value them both. So don't miss it. It's on the back of the local ballots. I don't know about any of the other counties. I'm from a different county. But please, check your ballot, both front and back. Make sure you vote for every single one of these conservative people.
Well, good morning or afternoon. What is it? Still morning. 11:30. I'm John Seibel. I am running for the House of Representatives, District 68. That's about 90 miles west of here. It's Morris County, most of Geary County, a little bit of Riley County, covering a good portion of the Flint Hills. I live in a small, just outside of a small unincorporated town of 70 called Burdick. Not known for much, but the view is awesome, and I have no desire to live anywhere else. If I decide to move or buy a different house, it's because I found another house in the Flint Hills that I like better with a better view, and that would be the only reason. This morning, well, first of all, I want to say I've never met Bruce Williamson. Bruce, I'm already jealous because he has grandkids up here with him, and ours are I'll live in Georgia or someplace else, and it's sad because I'd really love to have him here with me, just like you. And I said, that's me. That's my kind of guy right there. I'm a first-time office seeker. I'm a 38-year educator. And I'm not running against an incumbent. There are two of us running for the first time. We're both first-time office seekers. And to differentiate myself from my opponent in several ways, one is my background in education. Now, through those two doors right down over there, Board of Education meets in there. The decisions that they make in there represent 48% of the state's budget. 48%, it's almost 1 out of every 2 tax dollars that you pay goes to some kind of something in education. So if you're going to be sitting up in here, it would probably be good to know what's going on in the schools and have a background in education. I feel like it's fair enough. Probably as good as any business or legal background is to have been an educator. And before I have notes, but I'm not there yet. Because so much has been said about education, and it's what I know about. In the 90s, when I was a 10, 12-year educator and I was taking my master's degree working at Emporia State University, a very good education school, and we were reading Effective Schools Research, and the professors, which I felt were pretty conservative men and women at that time, were saying, you have to have a climate of high expectations, and you have to believe that every kid can learn, or you're going nowhere. You're not doing anybody any favors. So I adopted that philosophy and taught from that philosophy. I didn't care, economic background. Everybody, all the kids are different. Their needs are different, but you don't lower the expectations for anybody. I left Kansas for a number of years and went to Georgia. I have family members there, and I taught in probably one of the largest school districts in the nation, Gwinnett County Public Schools. 65,000 kids in that school district, smaller than Shawnee County. Same thing. I came back to Kansas, sat down in a school improvement meeting, and they said, well, we've got problems here, and these kids are traumatized and they can't learn. And I thought, what happened to my state in the years that I was gone? We went from every kid can learn and having a climate of high expectations to saying, these kids are traumatized and they've got problems and we have to fix that before they can learn. We need to be sensitive to needs. There's no doubt about that. But lowering the expectations and saying they can't learn is not going to help anybody. No. So I'm saying, we say write your legislator, write your school board member. You know, they are making decisions that affect 1 out of every $2 you spend and our future and our kids. So that's my first comment. All right. My privilege today is to be with people who are like-minded like me today. And most of the people that I've collaborated with over the course of my campaign are like-minded in that we believe that government should be for the people. Now, we the people, and I include myself in this, over a good part of my lifetime, we made a mistake. And that is, we thought that our elected politicians were for us, that they were doing a good job. And over time, we did a lot of research. We went to political action committees, special interest groups. What we found out is that it wasn't for the people. When business and special interest are driving legislation, the people are on the back burner, and they're not being heard. And what the people want isn't what's the focus of what we're doing here in governance. And that's really the main reason I decided to run. We got to pay attention to the people and make it for the people. That's not only national, but that's state. That's even in your county level. It has to be for the people. because I didn't have great name recognition. I'm just a guy that got annoyed with, we talk about the 20 rhinos. I think the one in our district constantly ranked out of 86 among the bottom 3 in conservative voting record, and I thought, I got to get in there and force the conversation, make this guy talk. So I'm just going to run. I'm going to get my name in there. Nobody knows who I am or whatever. I'm just going to get in and force the conversation. And who knows? Because the people were kind of disgusted. Particularly, and someone already mentioned it up here, the Fairness in Sports bill. He voted against that bill 2 years in a row, and also against the override, which failed by 3 votes. So my community was ready to hear, you know, a more conservative voice there. So our campaign manager said, your only hope is to mail and knock doors. You got to go out and see everybody. You got to knock doors. So we got out the maps, and it's 90 miles from one end of our district to the other, and a few towns in between. But we got out the maps, we cut them all out, we taped them together, we got out the call lists, highlighted them, and we got the Ford Ranger and hit the road. And so we got stuck in the mud one time. Connie wanted to take a picture of it, and I said no because I was so mad. But we got stuck in the mud, going from farm to farm to farm to house to house to house. And I counted up the other day, and I know we personally, my wife and I, have knocked 1,000 doors, maybe more. And we had a team that went with us several times, and probably another 500. And just, you know, what we found was just, it was profound. You see it all firsthand. You see the people firsthand, and there's nothing that can replace that. I've come to find, and so I just made a list of some of the things I found that just impressed me over the time that we were out there. First, our seniors. We've got seniors struggling to make it on pensions that are stagnant and inflation that's rising. And I talked to a good number of 70 to 75-year-olds that said, I'm going to have to get a job to pay for gas and groceries. So something has to be done to help our seniors. I know that Derek Schmidt has campaigned on the idea of trying to get rid of the tax on pensions, which is something Kansas does that other states around us do not do. And I would sure support that after seeing what I just saw with our seniors. Crop farmers. It's a narrow profit margin on crop farming. Diesel $5.50 a gallon, triple the price on fertilizer, and some of them are out there considering whether it's even worth it to put the crop in the ground at a time when they're trying to tell us that we're going to have food shortages. I don't know what we can do to help. We got to put that in the forefront of our minds. Those are our people. Small and mid-sized ranchers and cattle farmers. These guys are facing costs that are rising, and the market is stacked against them, and they're fairly powerless. They just have to take what they can get, and they're hanging in there, trying to do what they can make it because they're innovative, but we need to help them. People seeing their constitutional rights chipped away, they'll tell you about it. Mainly the ones that are concerned are the gun owners. They're seeing this thing chipped away. They're pressured by their government. They're pressured by the media. We have to do something about this the woke culture media pushing for more infringements on their right to bear arms. Those, out of all the rights, I felt like that was the one that was most commonly talked about, is the right to bear arms. I found that a majority of the people we talked to favor some restriction on abortion. I didn't talk to anybody, I think, that just said, no, we don't want restrictions, no. Everybody, there really, even some people that would consider themselves pro-choice, most of them are for some kind of restriction. And without value them both, we're not going to get a chance to do that. So get out the yes vote on value them both, and let's get the restrictions put in place to make Kansas a culture of life. Families concerned about their kids' education. Our small town communities, these people love their schools. And we talk about school choice sometimes. If you live out in my part of the state, to choose a school would other than your own would mean that you'd probably have to do something online or homeschool, because to get to a school that's not your public school, probably 50 miles. You know, and they love their schools. I think they want their public schools to be their school, but they're worried. Okay, these very things that everyone here has already been expressing. They're concerned about academics. They're concerned about the mandates. I heard a lot of concern, and people are aware about the Joe Biden lunch threat. And we can do that at the state level. We can stand legally and legislatively against that coming down from our federal government. I found a mom in a low housing income. I knocked on her door. I handed her my card. I said, "Hi, I'm John Seibel. I'm running for District 68 House of Representatives." She looked at the card. She looked at me. She looked back at the card, me again. She says, "That's you." And I said, "Yeah, that's me." And she almost cried. And she goes, "No one has ever come here to listen to what I had to say or to be concerned." She was shocked. She really didn't even know what to do. But we talked for about 5 minutes. And I'm going to go back and see her again. I know where she lives. And to say, just to let her know that it wasn't a one-time shot. We really are going to listen if we get a chance. Small business owners struggling. It's already been mentioned here. Piles and piles of papers. You've got to navigate them. You have to stay legal, and it's a real struggle for small business owners. And then I got a lot of concern about farmers and small businesses that are questioning how this new environmental, social, and governance credit scoring is going to affect them. This ESG scoring, and if you read about it, there's a lot to misunderstand. But there's some, in today's world, if you want to, if you want to buy a car, they check your Equifax score. And that contains information about like how much money you make, do you pay your bills, do you pay your utility bills on time, all that kind of thing. Are you reliable financially? Now they have credit scoring agencies. There are 4 across the nation now that score things like how much energy do you use, what are your attitudes about, woke culture ideas in your company, do you employ certain kinds of people as much as others. It's all, and they'll troll your Facebook page, gather information from you in whatever they can, and they make this kind of conglomerate report that's not based on whether you're financially viable or not. It's based on what is your environment. So like farmers and oil guys across the state of Kansas are finding it increasingly difficult to borrow money, especially the small oil producers. They say to me that if oil is $58 a barrel, it's worth trying to drill new wells. And so now we're sitting with oil at 100 and they can't get the money because they're being graded on this ESG, and drilling for oil is not one of the ESG people's favorite things. And so they downgrade these businesses, and the banks that follow these scores will not loan money to people who want to drill a well. So there's some concern there, and there was a bill introduced by 5 Patriots last year to do away with this kind of scoring in the state of Kansas. It did not make it out of the committee, but if anything like that could be brought again, I would really support that. Page, as Paul Harvey would have said, I don't know if you know who that is, page 3. These people that I just mentioned, they are the people that should be driving what we do here. Not the interest groups, not the lobbyists. And the lobbyists and the interest groups are the ones that run this thing. When I say they run this place, they're here all the time. And the people, what are they doing? Are they here all the time? No, they're working. They're trying to get something done out there. And, you can get one to take a day off here and there to come up to the State House. But they are the people that we should be listening to. Building rapport and systems of communications with this group, it's not easy. And largely it's not easy because they're not used to it. You say, get on my mailing list. Give us your information. And they're just like, there's almost pushback. No, we don't want a politician having our email or whatever. They're not used to somebody honestly wanting to listen to them. And so it's almost a little hard to build systems of communication. But we want to get people to listen. That's our commitment as newcomers, to build systems of communication with our people. Now, I know that if this next part, if I read this, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I need to read it anyway because I just want to release it out there into the atmosphere. Maybe the reverberations will get out there somewhere. But there is an awakening. People are starting to say, if it's going to be, it's up to me, or something like that. That was an old Zig Ziglar saying, I think. If it's going to be, it's up to me. I know you said it, and I had to say the same. And by the way, when people ask why am I running, I hope you got that. The real reason why I'm running, the decisions in our lives, Connie and I, the decisions that we make are birthed out of our walk with the Lord. Even down to buying a car, we consult the Lord. And so this isn't taken lightly, and we really feel like we're in the will when we're doing it. So that's the real reason. That doesn't publish very well, but it does on my website, and it's there if you want to see it. But we are encouraging everyone that we see, come to the State House. People coming to the State House in plain clothes, walking into a committee meeting, or going, we've done it a lot of times, and I can feel the bristle. I can feel the bristle. We walked into a meeting on that wing over there. It was, I'm trying to remember the date, I don't remember, but Dr. Douglas Franks, who ended up being the research doctor for Mike Lindell's stuff. He gave a presentation up here, and we heard about it. So we're like, we got to go to that one. So we got the car. We came up here, a group of about 8 of us. We're dressed like this. We walked in, and the chair of the committee got up and walked over to us. Who are you people? I mean, he was rude. Who are you people? Well, I just want you to know that this is not a meeting where you can come to jeer or cheer. And I'm like, buddy, I'm not a juvenile here. We're concerned citizens that came to our State House to keep you accountable and to listen to what's being said over here. I was disturbed about that for 2 or 3 days. I didn't write him about it, but I should have. I should have chided him because I felt it wanted to make me feel unwelcome, and I said, heck no, I'm not feeling unwelcome here. This is our house, and we stayed for the whole thing, and it was a great presentation. But when people come, it is felt, and they need to get here. Just plain clothes people walking around saying, hi, I'm here today. Or write your guy or your gal, whoever is your rep, and say, we're taking the day off on the 23rd. We're going to be around the State House. Hope to see you there. That kind of thing. It makes a difference. Run for office. There are times when people run for office, and maybe they run thinking they can't win. I think maybe I started out that way, but I don't feel that way now. But they just want to run to make, when you run, you make the process work. People have to talk when you're there. You're going to force the conversation just by stepping in and running and taking a stand on something. Join citizens groups, write your legislators, and I'm saying always vote and always pray. That's what we do. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
So Scott Hill is running for District 68.
Yeah, 68. No, he's running for 70.
70. 68. So I'm going to have you know Scott Hill pretty well. So I want you to paint him good.
Okay. All right. I just talked to Scott Hill last night for about 20 minutes. We were at a really high-powered meeting in Wichita. There was a meeting there with some prophetic figures that came from to speak into this whole value them both thing and just to call it down over the state of Kansas. It was a very strong and powerful meeting. But I met Scott there and a few other times. Scott Hill's a patriot. He is a for the people guy. He's a common man. He's a farmer. He went through some pretty difficult things to get into the race. When he declared that he was going to run, they drew a new line and districted him out of the district. He had to buy a house. He had to react by going quickly and buying a house in Abilene so that he could stay in the race. So he lives in Abilene now, even though he's a farmer, and he owns a farm by Chapman. He's a patriot. He's a former school board member. He was a school board member back in the 90s for 4 years. He's no stranger to Topeka, but he is a strong Christian, conservative man. He is for the people. He's open. He's honest. He's happy, and and he's going through a pretty tough. He's going through a pretty tough race because they're coming after him personally, and when that happens, what it does, even if what they're saying isn't true, or even if it needs to be explained, you have to pull off of what you're doing, spend money, and speak to it. And that's one of the ways that high dollar candidates can drain out lesser candidates, is they come out against you with something, it's petty, but you feel like you have to answer it, so you pull off of what you're doing, you spend time and money, and it takes away your energy, and he's been going through a lot of that. So pray for him, and if you live in the 70th, vote Scott Hill. If you live in the 68th, vote Seibel.
I'm sorry, we're a little disorganized just because some that we thought were coming didn't. So I want to say about Scott Hill. I am a very good friend of a couple that have been campaigning since before he decided to run for Scott Hill. Scott Hill, who knew about Anthony Hensley in our Senate here in Kansas? Well, Scott Hill is running against the House, John Barker. That's like the Anthony Hensley in the House. Scott Hill is a patriot, just like John said. He's had attacks of all sorts. John Barker has just tried to paint him, like we've heard about, like brown. So when you know that your opponent is painting evil about you, there must be something good. So pray for Scott Hill. If you don't know him, I've only met him once, but we need him in the State House. He is a true Republican conservative that needs to oust John Barker. And I think if we get John Barker ousted, we will see some changes in our leadership in this State House. Now, I go to this building sometimes 2 and 3 and maybe 4 times a week to sit in meetings, to sit in hearings, or to sit in the prayer room, or sit in the gallery to pray. People say, how come you're informed? Well, I've made an effort to be informed. I've made an effort to let many of you who are my friends know what's going on, because we don't hear it from the media. We don't get the truth. We had a lot of evil stuff going on, and John Barker was partly to blame for it this last session. We didn't see bills passed that we wanted to see bills passed. We saw bills stopped in hearings that we wanted passed. And we have situations that we just have to pray about and get involved. And getting involved means taking a yard sign, giving $5 or $10. How much does it cost to make one yard sign, Bruce? Okay, if you give $10, you can buy 3 yard signs, or help them buy the yard sign. So, let me give a plug about these In God We Trust framed posters. They're for you to take. Bruce, take one, put it in your barber shop if you don't have one. If you've got a business, put it in your business. If you've got a business that you'd like to see it displayed, take one. Take it to your police station, take it to your fire station, and then pray that we will see it in our public schools, just like Dodge City did. It's legal. It's not illegal in Kansas. And we checked that source out. We know it's legal. Okay, what else am I? So please take these yard signs. I went back and got 35 vote yes, because I failed to do that yesterday. And then I want to talk about Eric Smith. Eric Smith would be here. He is District 76. That's Coffee County. And what else? Lion and what? Okay, some of Osage, some Lion and Coffee. And he is a current sitting legislator. He's on the right side of the fence, and we need him reelected. Okay, I don't have. So if Barb has got lists, if you want to pick up a list of who we say you should vote for, because Barb does research on the computer, because I go to the Capitol, we think we're a little bit informed. So, okay. We've got many, and Todd hasn't spoken yet. We've got Miss Todd. Thank you. We'll have Todd speak. Mary Meinecker is going to talk about CDWA, and Heidi Pittman's going to talk about something she's involved in.
Well, I will try to make this short because I take a diuretic in the morning, and I had a 5-year-old jumping on my bladder just a few minutes ago, and those porta potties are a long ways off. So I am the conservative Republican candidate for 55th District. I will be in the general election. That's another reason I'll make this short. My name is Todd Starkle. I would appreciate your vote. I would appreciate your help getting my name out, as we'll be getting that hard in about actually pretty quickly with palm cards. My district runs on the other side of Topeka Boulevard, all the way to Gage, from 21st Street to the river. That is a historically liberal neighborhood, a liberal district. I cannot believe that it is being represented well, because I cannot believe the people are that liberal. That's why I'm here. I did not search this candidacy out. I had a friend of mine call me who I had a conversation with a few years ago about running. He called me along with another good friend of mine who is strong in the Republican Party here in Kansas. They had me on the phone and they said, Todd, you remember this conversation you had with me a few years ago? I said, yes. Andy Cooper is not running for re-election. Now is the time. Are you interested? And I told him and her, let my wife go home and pray about it for 2 days. I called back and said, yes, I'm in. It's time to get skin in the game. To stop talking, it's time for skin in the game. That's why I'm here. I would appreciate your support. I can take donations. My treasurer is not here, but I can take them if you would like to donate to my candidacy. And I would appreciate your vote if you're in the 55th District. I'd like to say one thing. Bruce said something about adoption earlier. It takes 2 years and $35,000 to adopt. My niece, our great niece, that's my wife over there with her great niece, Aubrey and Heidi. We got a call on a Thursday asking us if we could take her for a while, and this was only going to be for a few weeks. The next day we had a 4-year-old in our house. We have not been able to have children, and our house was not child-proof, but we said, of course, we will take her. And I can't imagine being without her, life without her. So the right vote is yes on Tuesday. Can I at least get an amen out there?
Amen.
I'm not a politician. I will not accept that brand. I am a teacher. I'm a singer. I'm a worship leader for Southern Baptist. My wife and I both teach at the university. Well, Heidi teaches English. Anyway, she's an advisor more than a teacher nowadays. We both have worked in the district. 30 years ago, I worked in the district, and I dealt with a lot of the poor class of the district. And I've seen, and I've talked to people recently about how people are struggling. Over 9% inflation rate driven by the price of fuel. Double whammy. People gotta buy fuel, people gotta buy food. And a lot of people in that district are working 2 jobs. A lot of times 2 full-time jobs, which takes them away from their home, away from their families. They need support, and they need good representation. As I said before, I cannot believe that is a so far liberal district that someone like me cannot represent them. Thanks for your time. I got a potty, so I'm gonna leave it at that. So thank you so much for having me up here.
We like barbers and we like teachers. So he's going to take some for his office at Washburn, and Bruce is taking one for his barber shop. And so we're getting in God We Trust it out. Okay, we're filling in until Cheryl gets here. That's what we need to do. Cheryl is going to be speaking for Karen Tyson. She can't be here for a little bit. So, Mary, I'll let her say her last name. That's how we say it wrong. Minding her. Mary, I'm learning. I want you to vote yes on Tuesday. And I've been telling people, and my daughter says, that's not why they should vote yes, but Tuesday is my birthday. And I'll be 77, and I'm proud to be 77. And I've learned my grandmother's birthday is August 2nd. And somebody, April McCoy said her mom's birthday is August 2nd. So I've learned I've got some friends. That's right. So.
Well, thank you, Julie. Julie is the reason that I'm involved. I used to volunteer for the prison out on Rice Road. And we used to give a Bible study out there. And I had asked people to come to my house and just pray. And Julie was willing to do that. So that's the first time I met Julie, and she has kept me quite informed ever since. Right now, I'm involved with Concerned Women for America. I am one of the prayer leaders. We gather each month and we pray for topics, especially this up-and-coming topic for Value Them Both. If you're interested to know more about Concerned Women for America, I'd be glad to help you. And I just want to say that don't be discouraged by the few numbers that are here. God can do mighty things with just a handful. So continue to stand firm, continue to stand strong, continue to trust in God. And may God bless Topeka, may God bless Shawnee County, and may God bless the United States of America.
I just want to let everybody know we got food ready down by 10th Street. Whenever you're hungry, come on down. I'll be down there serving you. Have a good day.
Woo!
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We appreciate that. I'm just going to quickly share my name. My name is Heidi Pittman, and I work for a restoration home here in Topeka, Kansas that just newly opened in January. We help rescue women out of sex trafficking. And so I'm just trying to get my name out. I'm the community engagement director, and I'm trying to partner. We are a faith-based organization, and I'm trying to partner with people that want to learn more about what we do. We do also have trainings quarterly, and I've been meeting with different churches in the community to just see what we can do to partner together in helping with this mission. Our mission is to help women who
have been sexually exploited to live in fearless freedom, walk in biblical truth, and embrace a sustainable future. And so we've received our first resident in March, and we are a 18-month to 24-month program. And, oh, you can't hear me? Okay, sorry. We opened our restoration home in January, and we received our first resident in March, and then we just recently, 2 weeks ago, received our second resident. We can have up to 4. We are at an undisclosed location just for security.
Yes,
But
Sandra, I'll try to get
I would love
that.
to meet any of you if this is something on your heart. It's something that I know I talked to Philip Cosby about with the human trafficking bill that he was trying to advocate for. And really the issue that's happening in the public schools with the pornographic material and the sexual exploitation that's happening with our young children is highly concerning, because we're on the back end of that after they've gone through being exploited. And so we can get to the root cause of a lot of these issues by dealing with those issues that Kay talked about, that Philip Cosby talked about. A lot of these issues, if we can address that at the younger ages, it will cut it off at the roots, so it's not happening later on and we're dealing with it. So if you would, the biggest thing that we need help with is prayer. So just if you would please pray for our ministry, pray for the women that God is bringing to us, that we can help them. They have a lot of trauma, and we're trying to help them move forward, and we know that Jesus is their best answer to help them heal and to have hope again. So thank you for letting me just share a little bit. If you would like to reach out to me, I don't have business cards or anything, but I do have paper. I can write your name down. So thank you, and God bless you. God bless Kansas, and God bless the United States of America.
Amen.
The name of the ministry it's called The Project to Restore. So if you go to projecttorestore.com, or if you can follow us on Facebook or Instagram. And we would love if you just follow what we're doing, because I am the social media communications person. So I let people know when there's trainings or when we have specific needs and things like that. So it's called Project to Restore, the number 2, projecttorestore.com. Thank you.
So I miss Philip Cosby. Did he talk about the human sex trafficking?
He did, and I talked to him. I got his name.
Okay. So what Philip Cosby, with the human sex trafficking bill or act, whatever they called it, that failed to get out of the House, failed to get the hearing, which really was an insult for all the work that Philip has done, was stopped by someone that's in legislation. And what Philip is doing with that, and also working together with what Heidi is doing with the Hope to Restore House. So we're intertwined. When we're praying for a certain issue, you may need to find out who your representative is. Text them, call them, tell them, I don't like what's happening. Can you take action? Now, also it pays to pray. I am from District 53. Who's running in District 53? Bruce Williamson, yay! So let me tell you a little story. I told you, I go to the Capitol, I pray. I didn't like my representative, he was Democrat. And so I've been praying, Lord, take him out of the office. And then he'd run again and he'd win. And I made phone calls for his opponent last 2 years ago, and he lost. And so this year when I'm passing out frames, where do I end up? I'm in one of the Republican House office, and he takes the frame. I come out, and this gentleman who's sitting on the chair says, so what do you got? So I've got an armful of these in God We Trust posters, and I look at his name tag, it's my representative, Jim Gardner. And I said, would you like one? So I'm thinking, okay, how do I approach him? I don't like him. I pray against him. But here he is and said, well, I'd like your prayers. So he stood up. He stuck his hands out. There was two with one more with me. So we made a circle and we prayed for him. Then I'm sitting in the gallery at the last session and in April or May when he gets up and he says, I'm retiring. I said, oh, and said, hallelujah. I immediately went down to the prayer room to pray. And who's sitting in there but our chaplain to the legislators, Dave Pugh. I said, we've got work to do to find a replacement for Jim Gardner. He said, no, he's already been texted. It's his time, and he's talking about Bruce. So I went home that day totally excited that we have a conservative room. So first it pays to pray, next it pays to talk to him. And, you know, Jim Gardner knew who we were because my husband, sitting over there, has called him on the phone and didn't like his votes. So, okay, let's see. Dana Weber is running for county commissioner in Osage. And local elections are just as important as these state elections.
I know Jim Gardner. He's worked at the telephone company. When he first started, I trained him as an operator.
You trained him too well. He went to the legislature.
And he had connections in the company, and he went on up to a fourth level manager. And then he was a lobbyist before he became a legislator.
But on the wrong side of the fence.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, I'm Dana Weber. I live in Scranton, Kansas. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I'll start first by speaking towards my representative, Ken Corbett, who couldn't be here today. Ken is on the tax committee, and he has been very diligent in trying to get many tax breaks passed, which have failed, but they finally got the food tax passed. And of course now the vetoes went through twice, I believe, last year and then again this year, and they overrode that veto this year. But that doesn't take effect until 2023. And probably because this governor was dragging her feet and didn't want it to pass, so that they didn't have the time to prepare for all of these companies that have to change their rates of sales tax. You know, they have to process all of that. So she's probably going to leave that until we get a new governor, which is bound to happen. Anyway, the other one isn't running this year, is Rick Cluse. He unseated Anthony Hensley. Finally, I was like Julia, I didn't have anybody I could talk to. I didn't have a senator, so I found a senator who would listen and represent me, and that was Karen Tyson. So I called Karen my senator for the last few years that she'd done that, and I was in the legislature, worked as an office assistant, committee assistant, and worked in that same office area when Karen was first elected, so I got to know her over 10 years ago, more like 12, I guess. Anyway, I've been in the conservative movement for a long time, and we currently have an incumbent who he has accepted a contract with a wind farm in our county. And at this point, the commissioners are the ones that have to make the final decision on whether the wind farms will be allowed or not allowed. The zoning committee is busy having hearings now, listening to the people. The hearing we had Tuesday, the count basically of those four were, three of those people were connected to that company that is trying to promote this. And then the other three were farmers who had contracts, and they didn't make a real good case. It was more about the money, the money, the money. Well, you don't get any money from them because they get a tax break for 10 years. They depreciate the windmills within 7, So I'm not sure it's a good thing for the county. So I've been researching, being diligent, listening to people, and there was like 15 against it, 6 for it. So I think pretty much the area they want to expand is the northern part of Osage County, which is on the just south of where you have the new Walmart distribution center, and of course Target's out there. We have 2 federal lakes in our county. People come from all over the area, from Kansas City, from the south, because we have Melbourne and Pomona that are federal lakes. We're the only county that has 2 federal lakes in it in the whole United States. That's pretty important, and we should build on that and the recreation and what that can bring to our county and the beauty. I mean, even here in the capital, you have all these beautiful trees. What if they came in and whacked them all down and put a windmill right there? Would you be thrilled to come here and look any longer? I just don't think so. Anyway, that's part of what I'm looking at. I'm trying to listen to both sides. I'm trying to find the good, the bad, the ugly. I know what the ugly is, because I really don't want to look at them. But I would like to know what the good is to the county. And I have not found much except on the energy side, the companies that are promoting them. And one of my, my treasurer, Tim Netto, he did some research and sent emails to every one of those wind companies that were at our hearing. And he asked the question, who's the CEO of this company and how much money do they make? And he found out who the CEO was, that he made $400 million a year plus incentives. And he lives in, guess where? Holland. He doesn't live in this country. So a lot of those wind turbines are being contracted with BlackRock. Ever heard of ESG, BlackRock? A lot of that is connected. So I don't find anything good at this point. And I don't know if any of you know anyone in Osage County. I'm running in District 1, which is Burlingame area, Scranton. It goes clear over across 75 Highway in the rural area called Fairfax Precinct, which goes clear to Croco Road, and then back on 227th Street, and then it goes on into Osage City, the western half pretty much of Osage City. So if you know anyone in that area, I ask you to recommend me for this position. I'm running against 3 other men. 3 men and me. So, Dana Weber on August 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. I think these different ones that have filled in, Karen Price's speaker is Cheryl Reynolds, and she's been in election training. She just got here. So we've kind of filled in Cheryl with various things, and I want to tell you, I had a Christmas present. I opened up one of my boxes, and here's 2 magnet vote yes. So somebody can have a magnet vote yes to somebody. We have a bunch of these flyers if you still want to talk to neighbors. And before you come, Cheryl, I want Will Hendrickson. How many of you prayed for Washburn University? We have done prayer drives through Washburn University. I've done that, I don't know, 4 or 5 times, and I've been doing great. So there's a group of young Republicans at Washburn University. And this gentleman introduced himself, and he's part of that group. So he's fly off the handle with me. I approached him 5 minutes ago.
Well, as Julie said, I wasn't planning to speak today. I just kind of came down here because Bruce Williamson, he came to me at the Pachyderms on Thursday night and said we're going to be doing something down at the Capitol. So I thought I'd stop in and see what was going on. And I just want to make a quick correction for Julie. I'm actually not up here representing the Washburn University campus Republicans. That's a different group entirely. I'm up here, I am the treasurer for the Capital City Young Republicans. We're a group of about 25 members, all young, as kind of indicated by the name, and we're working to advance the conservative agenda into the next generation of Republicans. Because, you know, at some point, the torch has to be passed to the next generation. No offense to the older folks in the crowd there. You know, we're still backing you all the way, Bruce, and Senator Tyson, she can't be here today, but we've put our full endorsement behind Senator Tyson, because if there was ever a conservative in the race for state treasurer, she's the one. She's facing lies from Stephen Johnson. He's going around, he doesn't have a platform to run on, so he has to lie about her.
Right.
So, we're putting our full weight behind Karen Tyson. And it got us into a little trouble, but we won't get into that. I got involved in politics last year. I ran for city council in District 3 here in Topeka. I didn't do very good, but that's besides the point. The incumbent I ran against has been in there for 5 terms now. She'll be a 20-year city council member, and I mean, that's far too long in my opinion. And
Name recognition.
and it got my name out there, and after that I was looking for somewhere to express my opinions. I didn't realize that there was a Young Republicans group in Shawnee County, so I'd contacted some people, and I had said that I'd had an interest in starting one, and he said, well, now wait a minute, there already is one. And so he put me in contact with Brady Wagner, who's sitting over there. He's our chairman of the Capital City Young Republicans. I know some of the people, a good portion of the people in the Capitol know him. And he contacted me about it, and realistically, he kind of took a chance on me. He asked if I wanted to be the treasurer for the group, because they hadn't had one. And so he took a chance on me, and so I kind of stumbled backwards into doing this thing, but you know, here I am. And yeah, it's opening up a lot of doors, making contacts, networking with the people that are running for office, that encourage younger people to run for office. And I think eventually we're going to really start seeing the field crowded with young Republicans. As we're already seeing, I just want to shout out Matt Bingasser in Johnson County. He's in our age bracket, and he's running for Kansas House of Representatives. I can't think of the district at the moment.
Kansas City area.
It's in the Kansas City area, so he's got a tough fight ahead of him. But you know what? I think he's got it in the bag.
Yes. We're praying for him.
We're praying for him. So yeah, realistically, yeah, I don't really have all that much to say. Thank y'all for coming down and supporting these candidates who've decided to throw themselves into the public light, which they really didn't have to do, but they're doing it anyway because, you know, they've got gusto, and, you know, I want to ask that y'all give a big round of applause for these people.
Okay, thank you for filling us in a few minutes. I want y'all to give a big hand clap to our flag bearer.
I'm John Moore. I'm from Eudora, and the Armor Light fan said that I was the flag master.
We appreciate you having the flag out.
He reminds me of the older soldiers in the blue uniforms back in the World War type stuff. You know, he's sitting there holding the flag up in the battle.
Okay, so take some more yard signs before you leave. We're going to have Cheryl come and talk about a couple of issues and the value that, or the In God We Trust signs. Posters are over here. You can make a donation, you can give me some money, or you can make it do one. So Mark has these copies of the people we are backing. Some of them.
Here's the copy of that paper of some of the people that they're backing.
Well, I'm giving a couple of different speeches today, and I'm kind of representing a couple of different organizations. So I'll introduce myself twice so we don't get confused between what I'm doing personally versus what I'm doing for some others. So my name is Cheryl Reynolds. Karen Tyson has been one of my best friends for over a decade, and I'm here to tell you about her today and why it is important that we go all out in the treasurer's race. First of all, just a little bit of biography. I'm going to start with a particular biography point on Karen, and I want you then to kind of draw or follow the dots with me. Karen, last year in 2021, was given a national award by the Thomas Jefferson Foundation. Thomas Jefferson Foundation has given awards to other prominent Republicans, among them a man named Ronald Reagan. So they are a big deal. They give one Legislator of the Year award annually, not one for every state, one for the country. So think about the hundreds and thousands of state legislators that are out there, and Karen won that award. Karen won that award for her work on taxes. She is a champion on taxes. She won that award because she helped put in some legislation that kept taxing agencies like counties from automatically raising your property taxes every year. Now they have to justify it. They have to go through a process. So she has been a lion on taxes for a long time. This kind of comes out with what was mentioned just a minute ago. Her opponent has dropped a last-minute ad that is absolutely full of falsehoods. You can check it. Karen has put a press release out that has every bill involved. Karen has voted against every one of the large tax increases in the state, every time. Her opponent has not. And now he has dropped an ad suggesting that she authored the largest tax increase in history, which is absolutely impossible. First of all, it came out of the House. She was in the Senate, so she couldn't have authored it. And she voted against it, is on record voting against it. Her opponent voted for it. So just like we have on the value them both issue, where we have the other side spreading confusing lies, that's what we have going on here now. It's absolutely essential that we elect a conservative treasurer. Dana brought part of the reason up. You've heard of ESG, correct? ESG affects the state treasurer's office. The treasurer of West Virginia just 3 or 4 days ago issued an executive order that his state would no longer invest with banks who follow ESG. We need that in Kansas. We need somebody in Kansas courageous enough to say the same thing. You follow the ESG agenda, we're not going to do business with you. Karen will do that. She's already keyed into this issue, and she's following this issue. Her opponent has been on the board of Papers. His statement is they need to get the investments of papers out of two places like China and Russia. And our question is, why do we need to get out of there? Why did we get in there to start with? Our state money should have never been invested in countries that hate us. And we need somebody in the treasurer's office who will perform that function. The other thing that Karen is all about is transparency. Ohio has a system now that she is looking at very, very carefully. Every transaction that's an expenditure from the Ohio state government goes on a website for the public to see. Total transparency. And Karen plans that for Kansas as well. And she will be able to do it because she has a degree in mathematics from Kansas State University, a degree in computer science from Kansas State University, a degree in engineering from KU, and she has years and years of experience in technology. So she is able to reach out and create these technical things that we need. The other thing that you should know about Karen is that she is a 5th generation Kansan. She has, her and her husband run a cattle ranch that is also about that many generations. So she's worked in technology, but she also understands rural Kansas. And I think you will find that she is open to the issues. One of the other things that she's talked about quite a bit is that there used to be a position in Kansas that was a cabinet level position called the state auditor. And it was abolished some years ago, but it's an absolutely needed function. We need auditing to go along with that transparency to make sure that Kansas funds are being spent in a legal manner. If you think that every check that gets written out of the Kansas Treasury is following all the rules, I've got some beachfront property for you just north of town. I can sell you. It does not. And you need a treasurer who has the fortitude to stand up and say, that check did not follow the rules and it's not going to be written, or it will have a stop pay placed on it, and you will go back and follow the law and follow the administrative procedures in place. So don't look past the treasurer's race. It is absolutely critical. The other thing I want to say about Karen and the treasurer's race, sorry, I had some things queued up, but they're starting to play. The other thing that I want to make sure that you understand is that too many times people running for treasurer are looking for a step up to another office. Karen selected treasurer because she felt like it matched her background and her skills. I told you she had a software engineering degree and background. She's programmed for NASA. She's programmed for the space shuttle. She's programmed for the thrift savings plan. She understands how that works. And so it's more than just the treasurer's office giving you back unclaimed property. That's great. I found a couple checks out there that were mine. I'm all for that. But there's so much more the treasurer's office could be doing. When we look at the problems we have with capers, and then we look at the thrift savings plan, which she has experience with, that particular retirement plan has made more millionaires out of retirees than anyone else in history. Why aren't we going with the best? And that's what she's going to look for. What better plans can we put in to benefit Kansans? What kind of education plans? What kind of retirement plans? What can we do to actually bring benefit back to the citizens of Kansas? So I already told you that she voted against the largest tax increase in history and has consistently been a lion on taxes. Her opponent has not. She has a 100% pro-life voting record. Her opponent does not. He does have an endorsement, however, sometimes those are a little too easy to get. He does not have a 100% pro-life voting record. Karen has the endorsement of the Susan B. Anthony organization, which is a national pro-life organization who's very careful on who they endorse. And she has that endorsement now, and she has had it in the past. She's the #1 legislator of the year. I told you that already. She has a 100% Second Amendment voting record, pro-Second Amendment. Her opponent voted against concealed carry in the Capitol, which is something that those of us that support the 2A absolutely felt was important. So there's a lot of differences between these two opponents. Her opponent is almost exclusively self-funded. He's put over $200,000 of his own money into this election. We don't want him to buy this seat. Karen is funded by people like you and me, all sorts of different backgrounds. And so I would really ask for you to vote for Karen on Tuesday or before if you're voting earlier. I think there's one sign left over there. I have more in my trunk. Brady has more in his. We would really like to get her signs distributed either in your yard or they can go into the public right of way because we're 45 days before an election. So signs can go in the public right of way by state law. So if you would take, when we're done, I'll have Brady help me carry these signs up here. If you would all take one of her signs, I would really appreciate it. I'd like to find them homes today. The other thing that I was asked to speak on, to change topics, is value them both. And I want to give you a little bit of my background on value them both. First of all, it's part of the Republican platform. I am the Republican Party state treasurer I am the chair of the 2nd District Republican Party and the chair of Shawnee County. So I care very much about that platform. So that's one of the things that's important to me. Secondly, I am a co-founder, along with Karen and some others, of an organization called Save the Babies. And we were one of the first groups out there after that 2019 court decision doing grassroots education all across the state to churches and to civic groups, teeing up the vote that got us the value of them both on the ballot. So we've had a long history with life issues. And because somebody from Kansas for Life couldn't be here today, I was asked to speak on Value Them Both. Value Them Both is being combated right now with the tissue of lies that I have not seen in my experience. I have gotten text messages, tweets from people saying women with ectopic pregnancies will die. Ectopic pregnancy treatment is not an abortion. I've heard people with septic uterus will die. Septic uterus is not an abortion. I've heard that people that need care after miscarriages will die. Care after miscarriages is not an abortion. None of those things fall into the definition of abortion. I've also heard that the Value of Them Both amendment bans abortion. What it does is quite different and quite important. You know that Roe v. Wade has been overturned and has been officially published. It's a done deal. That decision was rooted in the U.S. Constitution. When the Dobbs case was decided, they were very, very careful, and to our detriment, they were very, very careful to root that in the state constitution. So we can't take that issue to the U.S. Supreme Court. The only avenue we had to fix that was to go back and say, wait a minute, the state constitution that you found this right to abortion in, we disagree, and we're going to make it explicit that there is no absolute right to abortion in the Kansas state constitution. That the wise men who wrote that constitution in the 1830s did not intend for it to allow for dismemberment abortion 2 seconds before a baby comes down the birth canal. That is ludicrous to think that, but we have an activist Supreme Court, and that's where we are. So this amendment simply says it isn't there. And because it isn't there, just like Roe v. Wade is sending it back to the state legislatures to make rules, Kansas will send it back to the state legislators to make rules. Our elected officials will then decide on where the rails are. Right now, there are no rails. People keep saying, oh, we want safe abortions. There's no rails for that. When the Dobbs decision was decided, it threw out all Kansas abortion law. So we can't regulate who does abortions. We can't regulate the safety of the clinic. We can't regulate whether they're the last minute abortion that's done 2 seconds before birth. We can't do anything. We can't provide counseling to pregnant women to give them choices. There's nothing that can be done. It's absolute. And we do not believe that that's what's in the Kansas Constitution. So it is very, very important to go out and vote for Value Them Both on Tuesday or before. The other thing that you should realize is there are a lot of signs up. A lot of our signs are being stolen. A lot of them are being defaced. If you're on the side of the angels, you don't have to steal the other side's signs. If you're on the side of the angels, you don't have to deface them. I've actually heard that some of the pro-abortion groups are paying a $5 bounty for teenagers to go out and cut down Value Them Both signs. If you're on the side of the angels, you don't need to do that. So people have asked about the defaced signs, and my advice has been to leave them up. They tell the story of the other side and the vitriol that's involved there. Since the Dobbs case has been decided, abortion in Kansas has went up 13%. With Roe v. Wade overturned and many states putting in restrictions of their own, if this does not pass on Tuesday, we can expect Kansas to become the late-term abortion capital of the Midwest. We will have hundreds, thousands of people coming here to get late-term abortions, many that fly in the morning, fly out in the afternoon. That's not health care. To have late-term abortions where a living baby who can feel pain dismembered inside its mother's uterus and pulled out in pieces. We cannot let that happen. We've got to turn out. Make sure you turn out your friends. I've heard friends of mine have talked about confusion even in the churches. Some churches are buying into the lies that are being spread out there about not being able to care for ectopic pregnancies and things like that. Make sure that the people you know who care about life vote on Tuesday, and make sure they're armed with the correct facts. We have a big fight ahead of us, and I wore this hat specifically today. We have to be lions right now. We have to be the Aslans of the world and get out there and fight, and I'm counting on all of you to do that. So thank you very much. Where this goes next. I'd keep it all day if you let me.
Oh.
Okay. Apparently, I'm the grand finale unless somebody else wants to speak. But I've been told to tell you there is food that way, which is probably important right now. And we're going to take some Tyson signs down towards the food. So you could go get food and a Tyson sign. It's a win-win. So thank you. Okay. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Everything is sharing, so.
Oh, we appreciate it. Yeah.
We want you guys. I've already voted. Some election. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab some.
I don't know. I think you did.
Here, I'll finish up.
I'm sorry, I went to get food and he had to cook some more, so there's hot dogs, I can testify. Thank you all for coming. I hope you made some good connections. And did you know there were 5 gentlemen here from Missouri, from the People's Movement? They're over there helping Eddie. They drove from Missouri and Oklahoma. We're here to support Todd, and so we're on a movement. We're on a movement.
Take care of our neighbors.
Yeah.
Okay. Do anybody wants information on legislators? Folks offering, get her in front of her. Oh, did somebody want to say something?
I said we have somebody from Idaho.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. This lady's from Idaho, so we've got Missouri, Oklahoma, Idaho, Kansas. Any place else? Thank you for coming. And lots. What? Oh, yeah. And the movement, the People's Movement, is there a website for that?
Yes, it's the People's Movement Missouri.
Yeah, we also have 1776.
Eddie.
Yeah.
Would you like to tell us?
I hope so.
If you, we're from Missouri, it's People's Movement Missouri on Facebook. I can't remember exactly what our website is at this moment. You know, the biggest thing is all of these states need to get together.
Yeah.
We need unity. You know, it doesn't matter what group you're with. We're all here for the same cause. We want our freedoms back. We want to end this tyrannical government. It's time for everybody to stand up as one.
Yes.
You know, we need equality. We need our freedoms back. And, you know, it's that time. You know, elections are right around the corner. In Missouri, we vote just here in a couple days. I believe you all do too. People need to go out there. They need to do their research for themselves. They need to look up the voting records for some of these candidates. See how they're actually voting. See if they're voting for all you people that are paying their salary. You know, our tax dollars pay for them. We need to make sure what we're paying for. Don't just, vote for them because they got that $50 haircut, or they go out and you like what they say. You need to do your research and see how they're voting, see what they're doing, see what bills they're sponsoring, what bills they're co-sponsoring, and it's time for everybody to come together. This is a movement. We are not just the only country dealing with this. The Netherlands, Dutch, Canada, there's countries all around the world, Australia, they're all standing up against their governments right now, against the tyrannical people that are in office that are misleading these countries down a dark and deep path. It's time for everybody to stand up as one, come together as one. So I challenge everybody that has your own little state groups. Each group has tons of different smaller groups, that all want freedom. All these groups need to come together as one. We all want the same thing. We want our freedom. It's time that we all stand up, and we need to remind them. We need to remind the governments in the United States and all around the world that they work for us.
Yeah, so Julie, because this is people's convoy.
Okay, the people's movement is part of the truckers convoy. When you heard about the truckers going to Washington, D.C., the people's movement is part of the truckers because Brent here and his sister Julie and did you go? The one in orange? Did you go to?
Yeah, Jason and then.
So several of these went to Washington, D.C. with that truckers movement. I also want to say, Brent's got a vote yes sign. If you know or see anybody can get a picture of them being stolen, take a picture. If you can get their face, then contact your local authorities. There's a bounty. Kids are being told, people are being told, steal these shark signs and you get $5. Or steal a big one, you get $35. They're being sold on the black market. And we'd like to know who's instigating. And our local sheriff, Brian Hill, couldn't be here. He is prosecuting those if they can get that information. So in the news last night, today, it's on the app, some kids got arrested. I don't know what they're going to do with them out in the west part of town, stealing yard signs out of the churchyard. So we need to get this stop. And I think if the Democratic Party or the Kansas, what is the Kansas Constitution for Freedom group, if they are behind this, they need to be caught because this needs to stop.
Yep.
Stealing somebody's sign out of your yard is a criminal offense, or off the cars. Those magnets are being stolen off the cars. Some of them are being ripped up. The marquee on the Trinity Church down on 21st has been spray painted. It's electronic marquee, an expensive marquee. They sprayed vote no on it. So it's criminal offensive, and they got to be caught. Thank you. That's what we're in this battle for. Pray for Kathy Hopkins. She's in District 5. If she wins over her opponent, she is in. She don't have a Democrat to run against. So if she gets past August 2nd, she will be on the state school board. I came here and met her in the Secretary of State area, helped her get registered to run, took her over to where the state school board meets, and I said, I don't know how far we can go. Let's just keep opening the door. We opened the door clear into where the state school board meets, and I said, okay, Kathy, we're claiming that seat for you. And then we did the same thing when we played here Tuesday. We claimed 5 seats for those 5 state school board candidates. Bless you. Thank you. Thanks us getting involved.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank Barb. Thank you, Barb. She can't talk. I think she planned that because she wouldn't. And normally, I'm the one that can't talk. Normally it's me, but we're praying for our voices to be strong, and God's given me a strong voice today. Thank you for the microphone.
We get things. I'll try to.
Thank you, Sandra, for watching.
I'll try to swing it over to him. I can get hold of Jason. You guys, if there's something going on in your area, swing it. Have him. Jason, swing it my way.
I've got 3 cards.
If there's something your way, at least I don't know.
A card? No, I don't
No,
have
that's
one.
okay.
Do I need to get some of those?
What's your name?
It's J_N on YouTube.
You know, you got something going on, like I can just fly up.
Let me grab you one of mine. I have 3 left.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We're wrapping it up here today. As far as I know of, out here in Topeka, Kansas, at the Capitol. You know, just a good freedom get together. Lots and lots of very amazing speakers and stuff here today. It was very nice to come out here and show support from Missouri, you know, for Kansas. It's time that we all join together as one. We need to get all these small groups together as one group so that we can achieve our main goal, and that's that we want our freedoms back. Thank you, everybody, for watching.
Yeah, it's nice, you know, our delay, like, we did all these protests for all this time. Remember, I realized, ultimately, we started figuring out, she's got a kid's name, and it's like, it's familiar, I don't, my brother went to school, and it's like, just, you know, I got the co-op ground, and then she's on the gravel road on the other side of the co-op ground, and then, she's my neighbor. Down the road, right? But it's like, ultimately, it's like just across the field, you know. It's just funny after all, you know, after like after I think, you know, a year of protesting or something, right? We found out, and then now it's like another. We all got together and stopped the steal. This is when we all really gathered there. That's what I'm saying. Swimming down, well, this is a smaller field here, compared to some sizes and stuff. Yeah. We all got to kind of like this, kind of come together and figure out how to do okay. Of course, the bad part is when it comes to voting, you can't do that. all the time. I know. Diamond just said that he's been in there for a while.
Well, they're the ones that mail it out, so they bring it in. That's different.
Right.
They can bring it in.
Yeah, and I don't know what the other guys
Totally just different.
I don't know if they have any. Well, it's a
And then you don't let them vote.
It's a pay. It's a pay. Now, going to the city council office, like the biggest city council, is different. They don't pay. Oh, wow. Oh, we're having a ticket party at 1:30. That's a lot. At 21st and 1 o'clock. I mean, when I found out about what the hey, that's okay. Yeah, well, not exactly. Okay, well, I appreciate what you do. I think in the house, we got to for all of it. That's what I need. Yeah. That's what they call it. That's Martha. Well, then it's like Steve Watkins.
Because our numbers came up from.
They got, yeah.
I believe she did